All right, everyone. Good morning. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. As promised in last night's live stream, if wind gusts were expected to be a little bit above forecast for some areas, we would be going live. And here's me upholding my end of the bargain. Just gotta prep a few things and then we'll begin our live coverage here momentarily. So thank you all for hopping in. Okay, live viewer count reset. Starting out on radar scope this morning, there's our front. Quite a few little breaks in the front too, so pretty interesting little squalls embedded within the cold front. And it's still not quite close to Hoquiam yet either. This front's going to take its time. It's looking like it's a little bit behind schedule too, at least according to what models have been showing. So this could postpone our winds up to about an hour out from the forecast. What I'm seeing right now. And also, I want to try out something as an experiment. I want to try out possibly going live on TikTok also. I have the ability to go live on TikTok now, so just want to see how that turns out. But it's going to be from a different angle. It's going to be from the side, not viewing the screen. We may have to give this a little try. All right, and for those of you just hopping in, how are you doing this morning? Go ahead and let me know. Confirm my age before going live. Perfect. Weird. Not letting me change any settings on here. Unusual. Morning from South Hills, breezy. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, I gotta open the blinds here. I haven't. Yeah, hardly a breeze right now. Hardly a breeze here in Milton. I can see like one branch moving. That's about it. All is good, David Michael says. Madeline Love says cold, breezy, and lacy. Oh, I certainly believe it. What's going on with this? Okay, that's why. I gotta select the year first. I'm gonna try a little experiment. I've got my little Gorilla Pod here, and I've got my phone vertical. I'm gonna try out a TikTok live stream, see how it works. Facial age estimate. Try this out. Hang tight, folks. Probably should have figured this out before I started live streaming, but you know, oh well. Wonder if this guesses it right. Okay, it did. And also, I'm kind of feeling under the weather a little bit too. I noticed my throat was a little scratchy last night, and it's continuing into this morning. So I'm really hoping I'm not getting sick at an inopportune time. Hey, William. Good morning. Whole lot of nuttin' and sultan. Port Ludlow's windy. Still in Squim right now. Yeah, the front hasn't even passed Port Angeles yet. You can just see what looks like the edge of the front moving across San Juan Islands right now. Across San Juan Island and Victoria, BC. It still hasn't moved into Port Angeles yet, but it's on the way. It was that gust of 19 there at Port Angeles. Yeah, let's go ahead and try this out. Wonder how the comments are gonna be here on TikTok. Just confirm my age. Did I not just confirm my age? Okay, there we go. Appeal. What do you mean an appeal? So TikTok's going to be a burden. Nope, never mind. Are we good? Okay, I think we're good. Hey everyone, welcome in. We're trying out something new. So we're trying out a TikTok live here in the corner on my phone. I'm live on Facebook and on YouTube here on separate screens here on my setup. A little windy in Elma, and so if you guys see me record, you guys, oh, okay, hello first viewer, welcome in. So anyways, we're trying things a little differently today. I've got the main live going on my two computer screens up here. Hello, welcome in Leslie, Rebecca, welcome in everyone. Glad to see you guys in today. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Going live to talk about some wind coverage today. You guys won't be able to see the screens that I'm seeing here on the monitor, but I'll still read everything out loud so that you guys can listen in on this too. This is a little bit of an experiment. Eventually, I want to get to the point where I actually show the screen here on TikTok. I want to try out the live setup first, so I can get sort of accustomed to things in real time. But anyways, the front is currently crossing into Grays Harbor County at the moment. You guys on TikTok probably have no idea what I'm talking about. But if you guys follow along on Facebook and YouTube, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. They got some climate summaries going out. But anyways, yeah, this is a look at our cold front right now. Some breaks in the line, moving across into northern Grays Harbor County. Thanks, I'm a weather nerd. Appreciate your live stream. Thank you for the kind words. A little bit windy in Elma, nothing in Parkland. Wow, really? Blown transformer already in Bonnie Lake. Wow. From nothing. Chris Cooley, do you have any idea if that's from the wind? If that's from the wind, that's pretty impressive already. Let's get out of the screen real quick and let's go look at some live observation data. Currently, this station's been a bit messed up. See, it's showing a max of 71 miles per hour. The one near Freeland there on Whidbey Island. Fairly still at the Narrows Bridge. Enough to make the tree sway in Kent Covington area. Okay. A gust 13 miles per hour just after 9 o'clock, according to my Tempest here in South Everett. Jesse says gusts very big, windy in Whidbey. Yeah, so I'm going to show the max wind gust so far. This is wrong. Ignore that. This is the 71. That is wrong. But there's a 54 mile per hour gust here in Port Townsend. I think that's an exposed rooftop with the station not set up correctly because a lot of the other areas show no more than 40. 53 here on Camino Island, 49 Smith Island, 46 here at Whidbey Naval Air Station so far. And we're up to 48 at Bellingham International Airport. For those of you guys on TikTok, I'm just reading maximum wind gusts right now at the current moment. Just trying to test out the TikTok algorithm. It also shows 41 here at Enumclaw. I've talked with the owner of this station, and he pretty much guarantees that this station is reading accurately. But I still have a few questions about it. So I'm not going to really count that as an accurate reading right now. But we are gusting to 33 here in East Buckley. And I'm also overlaying it with advisories for the area. William says, got some wind whipping up in Enumclaw, but not crazy high. Thank you for the report. Very cold so far. Trees swaying a little in Arlington. Pretty heavy wind in Ording. Owls and Bonnie Lake lost power. Wind gusts made the house creak a couple times. Oh, interesting. Hey, Keith. Good morning. Welcome in. Yeah, I was saying in last night's stream that I wasn't quite planning on going live this morning unless we had the wind gusts really pick up ahead of schedule or higher than expected. And that has been the case in some areas so far this morning. And we actually, we just gusted the 47 here in Hoquiam. Do be advised, there was no wind advisory here for Grays Harbor County before. They actually had just put Grace Harbor County in the wind advisory as of 8:20 a.m. this morning, and it's only until 10 a.m. So it's a very short fused alert. But Grace Harbor County, including Westport, this actually does not include Hoquiam and Aberdeen, surprisingly. But areas west, yes. So like Ocean Shores and Westport are in the wind advisory until 10 o'clock. The purple, those are high surf advisories in effect. All right, thank you guys. Looks like a few of you guys are hopping in on TikTok. Most of my attention, just as a heads up, TikTok is going to be focused on YouTube and Facebook in case you guys want to go find Puget Sound Stormwatch on there. But I do appreciate the likes. If you guys like this coverage, go ahead and share, follow. Have 56 likes. Oh boy. Please, thank you guys. You're too generous. But yeah, most of my attention is going to be focused on Facebook and YouTube. If you guys want to go find Puget Sound Stormwatch on Facebook and YouTube, that's going to be my primary focus. But I'll make sure to check in with you guys from time to time here on TikTok. But yeah, if you guys want to see the screens that I'm looking at, definitely go to Facebook and YouTube. But I'll give you guys a quick little preview. Bear with me just one. Yeah, so this is my setup right now. Currently live on Facebook and YouTube. Puget Sound Stormwatch. Looking at wind gusts right now. These are current observations updated in the last 5 to 15 minutes. Those are from the National Weather Service. And here's my YouTube screen. See, I'm going on YouTube as well as on Facebook. Say hello to TikTok, everyone. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm just testing out live TikTok as sort of an experiment at the moment. So bear with me if you guys comment and I don't get to them. Super sorry about that. And then here's my comment screen also. Yeah, I'm reading the comments from YouTube on the left, Facebook on the right. A little BTS montage, I suppose. So again, if you guys want to see the full experience, head over to YouTube or Facebook and look up Puget Sound Stormwatch, where I'm live at the moment. This is just an experiment. And I may not get to all of your comments again right away, but let's go read some Facebook and YouTube comments real quick. Heat says, I can concur with the gust. NW Spirit, 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts in foothills of Whatcom County near Bellingham. Good morning. Yes, good morning to you as well. How's it looking near Olympia? Not too crazy at the moment. Ooh, you guys are not seeing the full experience. Okay, there we go. All right, see a lot of you guys hopping in at the moment. There's a good way to see current live viewers. Okay, hello everyone on TikTok. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you guys for tuning in on short notice. First time trying out the live, so do bear with me. Bear with me. It's probably going to be a little sloppy today. Calm on Redondo. Thank you for the heads up, Jake Edwards. Did you have any coastal flooding out where you're at? Ali Kendall says, Eatonville has been real breezy. Thank you for the heads up. Blustery and Bainbridge, how's it looking near Olympia? Yeah, not too crazy in Olympia at the moment. Go look at max gusts again since midnight. Max gusts so far was 36 at the airport down near Tumwater, so nothing too terribly crazy. Around the sound, not too much at the moment. Gusting again to 33 here in Buckley. And 37 at West Point near Discovery Park as well. Hey guys, thank you so much for liking the live here on TikTok. My first time trying that out. This station has been reading pretty erratically here on Southern Whidbey Island, so I'm not trusting what that station shown. But currently gusting to 49 again here on Camino Island near the radar site. So we have that coastal flood advisory in effect for the Puget Sound for the next half hour. So minor coastal flooding possible for parts of the Puget Sound through high tide for the next half hour, and then that advisory expires. But the advisory will remain in effect until 11 a.m. for, I believe it's western Whatcom and San Juan counties. Actually, I think it's just western Whatcom County. So like Bellingham, along the shore, Neptune Beach, Lummi Island, all of those areas up in Whatcom County could have some minor coastal flooding through 11 a.m., but no major impacts expected. Although combined with the wind, you could notice some blustery conditions if you're out along the seashore. Then, yeah, gusting to 43 here at Cohasset Beach near Westport. Light breeze in Sultan, thank you. And Whidbey Health, hang on a second. Anything changed for the wind for Enumclaw Buckley area? The forecasts haven't changed. So the forecasts have stayed the same. But we're looking at current observations now. We're at the point where the forecast no longer matters. We're in short-term coverage. This is where we literally look at things as they happen and give all the information out to the viewership. I'm still not seeing much movement out there. Time for a water break. Hang on. Full of view 65. All right. Sweet. Working out good here on TikTok so far. Hello, everyone. Anthony here, PG Town Stormwatch. A lot of you guys just tuning in here on TikTok. This is my first live stream here on the Stormwatch TikTok page. Just joined 2 weeks ago, and I'm trying out the algorithm. We had pretty good growth the first 3 days, but then since then, we've stagnated. Been stuck in what I call the 200 view jail. Nonetheless, I'm going to keep refreshing these wind gusts as they come in and just stay on track of things real time. Pretty windy in Stanwood. Yeah, Stanwood, I don't believe you're included in that wind advisory. Yeah, see, you're only in the coastal flood advisory for Stanwood. Big gust in Coopville, thank you. Pretty breezy. Ooh, pardon me. Pretty breezy in Buckley, thank you for the heads up. Yeah, gusting pretty good in Coopville from what I've heard. Coopville Station only has 37 miles per hour at the moment. Is that the right? No, that's a little bit north of Coopville. Never mind that. Okay, let's turn off the layers and make it a little less confusing. There's a lot going on there. Again, that station, the Suntop Weather Station down here in Enumclaw near the golf course, is currently recording a wind gust of 43 miles per hour. But judging by the performance on the other nearby stations, that's probably overdoing it a bit. Probably overdoing it by 10 to 15 miles per hour at the moment. But again, that's southeast Enumclaw near the golf course. So one of those little more exposed areas down there. All right. Check out a few more things around here. Comments on Facebook are coming in pretty swiftly. Hey there, Ashley, a dash of Ash 1337. Good morning to you. Starting to blow pretty hard near Squim. Yeah, that front's on the way. The westerly surge behind the front is on the way. So anyone, again, watching on TikTok from Squim or Port Angeles, the wind out of the west is on the way here very shortly. Gale warning for Pacific County. Let's see, did they update it? Yep, they did update it. A gale warning from 10 to 60 nautical miles off the coast. Gusting to 46 near Warrenton right now. Warrenton, Oregon. Again, we're doing real-time observation. So the forecast at this point, the forecast does not matter. Forecast models do not matter at this point in time. Sorry, guys, just thinking around with a few things here. TikTok. Trying to see if there's a way I can view real-time viewers on here. Got to be an easy way to see this. To see the number of likes in real time. Not seeing real-time views. Again, guys, on TikTok, I'm kind of a noob with this, so please bear with me. Okay, think we're okay now. Just gonna have to keep checking back from time to time. Let's see, so we have 23 of us on YouTube and 62 of us on Facebook. Hello, good morning, everyone. Again, Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch, tracking live wind conditions around the region. I heard someone sent stars earlier. Sorry if I missed you. Yeah, we have to go way back in time. Ruth, thank you for the donation of 50 stars on Facebook. Really do appreciate that. We got some strong gusts here in Eatonville. Very windy in Coopville at Whidbey Health. Outside of that, I haven't missed too many. Love Warrenton and Astoria. I've only been out at that area one time, and I was maybe 7 years old, though I don't remember much of it. Hazardous seas and, yeah, high surf as well. High surf advisories for the entire coastline, including Pacific County. That is true, yes. Like, there's moderate rain coming into the Bellingham area. We got to keep checking back in with the radar, too. Make sure we get updated radar. Yeah, so the front's crossing the Olympics right now, and it's moving into Port Angeles at this time. But it's a pretty curvy front. So yeah, it's got several little windbreaks in here that could produce strong winds over a given area. And with the heavy rain too, this will mix down some of the stronger wind towards the surface. So just as a heads up, it's going to be interesting to see what happens once this front moves into an area like Hoquiam, which is susceptible to the westerly winds. The southwesterlies especially. Definitely going to be interesting to watch in real time. But yeah, the front's coming. It looks like it's moving a little bit slower than the forecast showed, which is typical, unfortunately. It's not always accurate when it comes to the timing on these events. It's very hit or miss with the timing most of the time, which is why I usually give about plus or minus 2 hours on either side of the event, just as a little precaution. Thank you for the live. Yeah, sure thing. We expecting anything massive today down in my area? Just gusty by the looks of it. Again, model's not showing anything too massive. The most recent update, I can show you guys the most recent hourly update that we have here, and I think the 16Z is done. 16Z per 3KM model. Yeah, it's finished, and it shows 40 to 45 for most of the area, but nothing more. At least the Puget Sound area, but what it didn't quite get right were those gusts over Hoquiam earlier. Within the last hour or so. Yeah, it wasn't even close. What was that gust? I think it was 52. Let me go check that again one more time. Yeah, 52. So it maxed out the model by about 9 miles per hour. And see, even right now it's gusting to 49 there at Hoquiam, which is in the front. The front hasn't even passed Hoquiam yet, and it's still gusting to 49 there in Hoquiam. Try using the tools to interact and engage. Well, I'd like to see my current live viewers. That would be nice. A few things here. Live, haven't received gifts. Yeah, good to know it hasn't received gifts. Okay, good. It's updating. I think we are good to go here. All right, again, welcome in everyone. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Currently doing a live stream on Facebook and YouTube at Puget Sound Stormwatch if you guys want the full experience. I'm just trying out TikTok as sort of an experiment right now. So, okay, there we go. Branches are finally moving outside of Milton. So this isn't the full experience, but I do eventually want to get it set up so that you guys can see parts of my screen. I have a vertical layout I'm trying out, but it's still in the testing phases. I'm not satisfied with what I see yet, so I don't want to give you guys a really cruddy experience when I'm doing these streams live. But yeah, again, for the full experience, look up Puget Sound Stormwatch on Facebook and YouTube. Large gusts here in Sammamish the last few minutes. Thank you for the heads up. Most of these stations update every 5 to 15 minutes on average. So I don't think there's no real accurate stations here in Sammamish. Again, this is just for the NWS certified stations. It isn't for all stations like the Tempest ones and the ones that are connected to Weather Underground and WeatherBug. This is just for the NWS certified ones. And even then, a lot of these are very hit or miss. Like the South Whidbey Island station, for example. Ever since they lost power the week before Christmas and it came back online, it has been pretty shoddy at getting the accurate wind gusts in. Been really overdoing it. Again, 49 miles per hour here at Hoquiam Bowerman with a max of 52 on the day, and the front still has quite a ways to go before it moves inland. It's taking its sweet time. So we're probably going to look towards a 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. peak for wind gusts around the Puget Sound area. When the front moves past Buckley, should we expect big gusts also at the time? I wouldn't say massive gusts. I'm going to say probably no more than 40 miles per hour. And yeah, it doesn't sound like much, and it really isn't much for this time of year. It really, truly isn't that much. It's not something to run home about, but we've already been seeing some overperformance in some areas, like Hoquiam, for example. And so I just want to sort of stress the precaution that the wind gusts could be a little bit higher than advertised. Could be. Almost at 100 views on TikTok. Awesome. Appreciate you guys all for tuning in. Sorry, it's not too eventful. You guys can't see the main screen I'm looking at. For any new viewers, my name's Anthony. I'm the host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Trying out my first live here on TikTok, but again, for the full experience, Facebook and YouTube, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Currently live streaming. Large gusts here in Sammamish. Beautiful. Cold front, Keith says, 303 miles from the coast. Which side of the cold front are you talking about? Because the cold front's already moving onto the coast. At least half of it's moving onto the coast. It's a bit different than our traditional west to east or southwest to northeast mover. This is a northwest to southeast mover. So this one and the one behind it are going to introduce some cold air to the area. Possibly enough for it to snow in some parts of the lowlands, but I can't stress that enough. It's very conditional. Very, very conditional threat, as we were talking about last night. It's not confident, but the possibility is there for some very isolated lowland snow as soon as tomorrow morning. It says the warm front is 44 miles away from the coast. The cold front is 303. I wonder if that's out of date, because this is the cold front moving in on the coast right now. So warm fronts don't typically have this sharp of a wind shift here, and don't typically have as strong reflectivity on the radar as we see here. This is definitely the cold front moving in. And it still has a ways to go before it moves into Hoquiam, Aberdeen, but they're getting some strong gusts already as it is over there right now. Guys, I'm going to make sure I don't burn out my voice today too. I think I got a little bit of throat soreness I'm trying to fight right now, which a very impractical time for that to start happening. Yeah, let's go back to current observations and let's just keep going back and forth between the radar. Yeah, the front is moving over to Hola right now, moving towards the east, and is just about to move into Port Angeles. So Port Angeles, if you're watching right now on TikTok, Facebook, or YouTube, just a heads up, the wind is on the way. If it hasn't already started, it's on the way very shortly. Radar scope has the warm and cold front. Does it show fronts here now? Wonder how out of date my radar scope application is. Or am I just not looking in the right place? Thought it might be under derived contours, but it's not. Yeah, maybe I'm just looking in the wrong place, but I'll worry about that later. Or Keith, unless you want to tell me exactly where the features are so I can enable them, that would be very helpful in the future. Okay, a couple questions here on Facebook I want to get answered real quick, so hang tight, folks. Will Buckley see wind? Well, you'll likely see noticeable wind, but we're not looking at anything destructive or damaging. Interestingly enough, Bonnie Lake did have some power outages. Let me look up the PSC site real quick. See if they show up on PSC. Yeah, it does. So an area of Bonnie Lake through Prairie Ridge is out of power. 1,600 customers affected as of 9:05 this morning. Current ETA for restoration is 12:30 p.m. Yeah, this is from 198th Avenue east to South Prairie Road. including the Rhododendron Park neighborhood, just north of Prairie Ridge here in Bonnie Lake. Other than that, there's really no power outages. There's one here on Indianola, and a couple starting to pop up here on Whidbey and parts of Skagit and Whatcom counties. But outside of that, there's no real scattered power outages at this time. At least on PSC. Yeah, hopefully that power gets restored soon. And I got to make sure, I got to remember to cross-post this stream, too. Always forget to cross-post the stream over to X and Blue Sky. I'm going to cross-post the stream real quick. All right. X is complete. Around Western Washington. Okay, posted on Blue Sky also. Perfect. Okay, sweet. We got that taken care of. Took a few other things around at the moment. Okay. Just got to tag a product here real quickly. And then we will continue after that. Okay, good. We're fixed. Hey there, everyone on TikTok. You're probably wondering what the heck is this guy talking about because you guys can't see any of this. Again, for the full experience, look up Puget Sound Stormwatch on YouTube or Facebook where I'm live streaming. You'll see the full experience. This is just an experiment on TikTok right now to test out the live algorithm. So if you guys like what you see so far or want to see more of this content, please consider liking and following. Also anticipating to increase the posting frequency here on TikTok as well. And I believe we have 638 followers last time I checked, which we do, 638. So thank you guys. Thank you for the couple of follows we've gotten since this started. Really appreciate it. All right, more questions. Go to the data overlays and you'll see surface fronts. Okay. Data overlays. Local storm report, M-ping, surface observations. Day 1, okay. Just gonna have to go through every... Oh, what was that? We got a ding. Okay. Extends time of coastal flood advisory for San Juan County. All right, so San Juan County, your coastal flood advisory was extended for another hour, just as a heads up. No, I wonder if the setting is only on... The setting might only be on mobile, potentially. I don't know if I can find it on PC. Or my application is just out of date. Which is entirely possible. This is radar scope. This is not radar omega. This is radar scope I'm using. Get yourself some cough drops. That will help your throat irritation. Yeah, I've had to do cough drops from time to time during these streams, especially the multi-hour streams. What will we expect in Enumclaw for winds? Right now, you're expecting between 35 and 40 mile per hour gusts out of the south. And that's in the next couple of hours, too. That's not counting what you've already seen. But if it goes up any more than what you've already seen, then we could be talking a little higher. But we should be live streaming for a while. Out towards noon and maybe a little longer to see what's really going on in real time. So if you guys want to hang around for that, feel free. And again, TikTok people, live on YouTube and Facebook at sound so much if you guys want the full experience. You guys are just seeing kind of a little behind the scenes angle as I talk about this. So you guys aren't seeing the radar or the observations like I'm seeing here on the screen. Again, ESSW TikTok on Facebook and YouTube for the full experience. So cool you're doing Tiki. Yeah, I agree. I held off for the longest time doing TikTok just because I thought it was kind of buggy and toxic and just posting a lot of weather misinformation. So I decided really impulsively on, I think it was either December 21st or December 22nd, I decided, you know what, I'm going to go on TikTok. I'm going to be a Western Washington weather influencer here on TikTok and really get the credibility out. So yeah, I'm glad to be here on TikTok now. Hopefully we can really expand the community and get us on the map here around the area. So thank you so much for the kind words and thank you for tuning in. So the Tacoma Seattle metro area should be fine. Should be, yes. But in the unlikely event that the wind gusts are higher than forecast around here too, it could be pretty blustery today. So just a heads up. We're not completely out of the woods. Not entirely. I just have to watch the propagation of this front as it moves towards the east. See what happens. One station I want to keep track of is Port Angeles area once this front moves over, because it's about to move over Port Angeles here soon. Okay, Keith said it was Radar Omega. Yeah, I'm a radar scope guy. I don't use Radar Omega. He said, I love it. It helps people understand what's happening. That's exactly the goal of why I'm doing it. Yeah. Again, thank you for all the kind words on TikTok. I was hoping I wouldn't get flamed on here for doing sort of a side view and not showing you guys what I'm looking at here on the screen. So really appreciate the kind words, guys. It means a lot. But I'm just going to read everything out loud for you guys on TikTok who can't see it visually too. So yeah, so just stick around if you guys like what you see so far. Yeah, so the Seattle-Tacoma area, including the foothills, are not in the wind advisory. Just as a heads up, they're not in the wind advisory. The National Weather Service doesn't see the need for a wind advisory right now for us. It's not looking like it's going to be too terrible right now, but we'll keep our eyes peeled in case things decide to go up a notch. Because if they do, then it's definitely going to be worth monitoring closely. 100%. So as of 9:49 a.m., the coastal flood advisory has expired for the Puget Sound area. Again, as of 4 minutes ago, no more coastal flooding expected for the Puget Sound area. But for Western Whatcom County and San Juan counties, the coastal flood advisory is in effect still until 11 a.m. And again, minor coastal flooding up to about 2 feet above average water levels expected with high tide and the wind. Yeah, you know what? I'll take your advice on that. I think it's time for a cough drop. So I'll be right back. Be right back. Cough drop. All right. What about Bremerton? Yeah, Bremerton's not expecting major winds either. Right now, the NWS has us outlined for anywhere between 40 to 45 mile per hour gusts, which yesterday I thought 45 may have been a little bit on the higher end of things, but it's looking like it's fairly modest now compared to what we're seeing on the coast at this moment. All right, we have been live for 30 minutes, so we met one of the eligibility requirements for the full live experience, I suppose. But now I need to wait for it to confirm my age for some reason. TikTok's being a little finicky about the age confirmation. Oh, excuse me. All right. Thank you everyone for hopping in. See a lot of new faces on here, so that's great. That's awesome. Yeah, Bremerton again, not expecting major winds today. There's a slight chance of 45 plus, mainly over the water, but it shouldn't work its way that far east. I'm just saying, like, the general Bremerton, Seattle, Tacoma, Everett area could get some wind gusts 40 to 45, but it shouldn't work its way too far into the foothills. Ideally, should not work its way into the foothills. But we'll be watching extremely closely to see if that changes in real time. Finally getting a little breezy outside, just a little bit. Took long enough. Yeah, see, 30-mile-per-hour gusts here at Tacoma Narrows now, max of 31. So that's as of the recent 5-minute update. So in the last 5 minutes, we've had a max wind gust of 30 miles per hour at Tacoma Narrows Airport. Those of you guys who don't know, it's on the Gig Harbor side of the Narrows. But usually with wind gusts out of the southwest, it's oriented so that it creates sort of a wind tunnel effect. So you may see stronger winds at that station than any nearby station. Just because, again, of the wind tunnel effect. It's funneling the winds up towards Point Defiance and increasing velocity as that happens. Wind in South Everett, 23 miles per hour, south 20 mile per hour gusts. Thank you, Cindy, for the heads up. Having some gusts here in Mount Vernon. Yeah, I'm actually surprised at first that they did not put the Mount Vernon area under the wind advisory. As of right now, Mount Vernon area, while you're technically not along the coast, they have a coastal flood advisory, but that's just because they have the NWS does it in zones, and all of Western Skagit County is one zone. That's why there was a lot of confusion when they had that flash flood watch during the flooding event back in December. Why it also included areas like the Swinomish Reservation and Anacortes. Technically, it did not. It was only for cities like Burlington, Mount Vernon, and Stanwood. But due to the zones, it included all of those areas in a flash flood watch, which just added to the confusion. See, is this station going to update? Go check the Hoquiam Bowerman station real quick. Yeah, so as of 9:53, south-southwest wind 29 miles per hour, gust 49 miles per hour. Again, this is at Hoquiam Bowerman Airfield. Just waiting for an update on that very soon. But to filter out most of the junk, I'm going to change some of the parameters. I'm going to filter out anything under 30 miles per hour and anything over 1,000 feet in elevation. It should help clean up some of the junk, like from the mountains and any higher foothills. So there we go. Really, really cleaned up slate here now. All right. Thank you guys for the follows on TikTok. Just hit 240. Awesome sauce. 640, pardon me. 640. Is there an easy way to see any live viewers here? I can see overview. I can see the total views. It's not showing me any new followers or any real-time views, which is a little bit unusual. Again, this is experimental. So this isn't meant to be a really serious live stream. I'm just regurgitating anything that I spit out from my Facebook and YouTube live streams back to you guys on. Lost power in Enumclaw for a bit. Oh, wow. Coming back now, knocked out computer. Wow, interesting. William, do you have an approximate guess on how gusty it got right there? Waiting to see if we get an update from one of these Enumclaw stations, but so far it's only showing 32 for, I believe this is, yeah, the Suntop neighborhood. I'm just tracking all of these wind gusts in real time here. Just watch for any erratic changes. Couple more likes on the live. Thank you so much for liking. If you guys like what you see so far, please share it to your friends and family. Trying to get Puget Sound Stormwatch to 1,000 TikTok followers here in the next couple weeks or so. You know, just in the first 2 days, we passed 600, which was amazing. But since then, it's been deadline stagnant. Oh, someone is spamming likes right now. Oh boy, like just about to pass. Yep. Yeah. Thanks for all the likes, but yeah, you don't have to spam it with likes. I promise you don't have to spam it with likes. But thank you for that. Really, really do appreciate it. Just got really gusty here again. Kim Leonard says. William says pushing 40s. Yeah, Kim and William, you guys must be pretty close to each other. I have about 4 or 5 regular viewers here on Facebook that are in the general Buckley Enumclaw area, and all of them helps you get out. Okay, yeah, of course. Thank you for the consideration. I just want to make sure we don't cheat the system at all. You know, I want to be as modest and humble as possible when it comes to, but I do appreciate the likes, really do. Yeah, no major changes right now. I'm just waiting for the Hoquiam station to update because the last update was 49 miles per hour out of the south southwest. And let's go check radar again one more time. And radar scope just crashed. They really need to patch these crashes because yeah, she's busted. She just crashed. Hey, we're gonna try that one more time. Hang on tight. There we go. That's better. Yeah, seeing some stronger winds. Let's check how high these are above the ground. Yeah, it's not going to take too much to mix these stronger winds down towards the surface. The wind gusts pushing 55 to 60 miles per hour right off the coast. Once this area of heavy precipitation comes over, that's definitely going to mix down some of these stronger gusts. So I think we could easily be pushing 60 here at Hoquiam very shortly. This station favors the southerly or southwesterly wind gusts. Oh, we could easily get a 60 mile per hour gust there at Hoquiam Bowerman Airfield. I'm hoping maybe they consider extending that wind advisory for Grays Harbor County. Since a heads up, that wind advisory expired for Grays Harbor County. It also expired for the coast of Jefferson, Clallam. Just saw a news report that 3 ferries are down. Really, like just shut down due to high wind. I would have expected that a little farther north, like anything across the Strait of Juan de Fuca and the Salish Sea. But if you're talking about the Puget Sound, then that's definitely new information. Not sure. Okay, yeah, all good. Thank you for the heads up on that. I'll keep that in mind. If anyone on Facebook or YouTube has anything to add on to that, feel free. And I'll pass it on to the audience. Crazy wind, San Juan Islands. Yeah, I'm really surprised they didn't put San Juan Island, any of San Juan County in that wind advisory. That's a really interesting approach for that. They only put Western Whatcom and Island County in the wind advisory at first. And then they expanded it to include the western Strait of Juan de Fuca, Lake Crescent area, and the North Washington coast, and then just recently the Grays Harbor County coast. So yeah, the front is moving towards Seabrook right now. Moving east into the Seabrook area, Pacific Beach area, and Moclips. But taking its sweet time, and it looks like the wind has shifted to more out of the west here at Port Angeles, but we're not seeing any reports of strong wind yet from there. I'm on standby for that. Again, this 61 you just saw here, that's not a credible source. That station's been acting finicky ever since it came back online a week before Christmas. I'm in Renton. It's gusty and rainy here. I hate the wind. We have lots of murder trees. Yeah, it's going to be gusty around the area, but again, I'm not seeing anything currently major. But we'll be hanging around to track any of these changes in real time. So in case anything really comes up that I need to alert you guys about, anyone who's on the live, again, here on TikTok or YouTube and Facebook will be the first to hear about it. And I'll make sure to cross-post to my pages also, in case anything really comes up. That 61 mile per hour gust you see down here in Freeland, that's inaccurate. That's definitely not accurate. Allen is windy and I was caught off guard. Relatively calm here in Shelton. Yeah, Allen and Shelton aren't too far from each other in two completely different scenarios. Microclimates in a nutshell. Are we having campfire meeting? Excellent question. I wish I had an answer for you. But yeah, good morning, Julie Bradford out of Oso. Hello there. How long will winds last? Winds should stay strong around the Puget Sound area in general until after the front moves through. So I'm anticipating right now the winds should begin to die down around 2 or 3 p.m. So 2 to 3 p.m. around the general Puget Sound area, but a little bit longer the farther north you are. Especially if you're downstream of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, so like West Beach of Whidbey Island, for example. The southern San Juan Islands, Victoria, BC area, and the Strait of Juan de Fuca, where you're susceptible to this westerly surge. Your wind gusts will likely last into nighttime. We'll stay tuned. Sounds good. So yeah, wind gusts are probably going to last around the Puget Sound area at least another 4 hours or so, respectively. Just like that, we're already approaching a whopping 1,000 likes. Jeez. Okay, so the age was confirmed. Just says for the full live experience, I have to go live 3 separate days. You got yourself a deal, TikTok. You got yourself a deal. And just like that, boom, 1K likes. Thank you so much for spamming the like button. Hey there, Sonia. Good morning. Keith says 45 up here. Yep, that checks out. 45 miles per hour here at Bellingham Airport. 44 at Ferndale before it just updated back to 39. But again, forget the 61 mile per hour gust. That is inaccurate. That is definitely inaccurate. That station even read 71. That's an inaccurate station there on South Whidbey. Forget you ever saw that. So far around the Puget Sound area in general, which is the primary coverage area, it's pretty mild at the moment. Not seeing anything super major at this time. Yeah, the trees are finally starting to move outside. And they're moving quite a bit. The wind's working its way into the area now. At least Milton area is getting pretty breezy. Finally. Yeah, the front's just crossing over. I think that's Pacific Beach right up here. Unless this is Pacific Beach. No, I think this is Pacific Beach. And then Tahola's up here. It's working its way at the very least in the Mo Clips and Seabrook right now. That frontal system that's responsible for the wind. Oh, the ferries are down due to repair. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, I thought they were down due to windy conditions at first, so thank you so much for clarifying that. Yeah, looking at the Camino Island radar. You can see that front's just about to pass over Port Angeles. So we'll see what the Port Angeles airport station has to show for wind coming up. If it shows big wind, then we could be talking some wind trouble for some areas up north. If they haven't already experienced it. Talking areas downstream like Port Townsend, Squim, Whidbey Island, San Juan Island, etc. What is Arlington going to be like today? I've had some reports of strong winds for Arlington already. The recent update was 39 miles per hour in the last 5 minutes, which is a new record on the day for your station. And that is Arlington Municipal. I think that's, yeah, just outside of city limits here. So you can anticipate these stronger winds today. I'd say probably no more than 45 miles per hour, barring anything crazy that happens. When do you think we'll get snow in the lower areas? Some of us could get snow in the next 24 hours. Just a heads up. Let me break it to you guys right now. Let me show you guys the most recent finished her run. I don't think it goes out all the way. You can at least go to the 12Z and check. But the precipitation type looks pretty intriguing. See right here, and I'll show you guys on TikTok here real quick too. I'm gonna flip the screen around. Bear with me just 1 second. Here we go. So we're looking at the HRRR model here on Pivotal Weather. Again, 12Z HRRR. This is the one that ran at 4 a.m. this morning. And see that blue? That is snow, potentially. This would be at 10 a.m. tomorrow if this were to verify. Why exactly is this? Temperatures are going to be marginal, so just above freezing. Going to take a stronger shower or two, which it does show in the HRRR right here. The potentially heavy precipitation to mix down those snow levels a little lower. It's not going to be too gusty tomorrow, but the concern is definitely going to be potential for some isolated snow showers. Parts of Pacific getting some. Maybe. This is a huge maybe. You know, this is kind of like a what if scenario here. And then it shows it transitioning back to rain after that. Most likely, if we get any lighter showers, it's going to be in the form of rain, but any heavier showers could sort of mix down in the snow. Or maybe snow pellets or some sort of mixed wintry precipitation. But the best chance of snow, again, is going to be up in the convergence zone that forms up near Everett and areas north. And this is through the afternoon, too. But the best chance of seeing snow right now looks to be anywhere between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Right around that time that front begins to push through. You know, can we get heavy enough showers to mix it down? This is basically right over my place. So really, the South Sound area, anywhere SeaTac southward and eastward, be on the lookout for this potentially. Just your little early heads up. Trying to fix you guys real quick. Okay, sweet. All right, hot dog. Yeah, so just something to watch closely tomorrow. I'll post an update on this when I think around the time the new 18Z HRRR comes out, we'll post an update on this. I need more short-term consistency before I jump the gun posting this forecast. I'm already kind of on thin ice with some people as it is. Because of the Christmas Eve windstorm bust. So I'm being very, very careful about how I portray this information to the public. Sun's working outside. Bonnie Lake says quite blustery. Yeah, again, there's a power outage affecting parts of Bonnie Lake at the moment. The power outages are starting to go up too. We're up over 5,000 customers. It looks like eastern parts of Enumclaw are now out of power as of 9:58. So in the last 16 minutes, we had a power outage affecting the eastern city limits of Enumclaw, just outside of downtown here. I think we may have just lost the Suntop weather station down there, which it looks like we might have lost that weather station. See, again, this is reading 66. That's not valid. That station's acting up. Don't believe that. But gusting to 35 down at Olympia Airport, and we're back up to 45 again here at Hoquiam, Aberdeen. Which the advisory criteria may be different for Hoquiam since it's on the coast, but that for the rest of the area is wind advisory criteria for wind gusts. We're reading everything for gusts right now, not sustained winds. But anything 45 miles per hour and greater should constitute a wind advisory, ideally. Crazy the weather in the convergence zone. I was staying in Everett, snow and rainy style. Again, microclimates are massive around here, and I mean absolutely massive. All right, let's. Yeah, the microclimates are huge. For sure. That's why I can't stress enough these microclimates, especially with the wind and now the snow. A lot of people are not going to get any snow. A lot of people are getting zero snow. But some of you guys, if you're lucky, may get some measurable snow tomorrow morning around this time. Christmas Eve was fun. Most of us had a great time watching how things went. Most of us, yes. That's weird. TikTok said they were going to shut down my live stream due to inactivity. I made sure that wasn't going to happen. So I'm just gonna have to keep checking back on my phone from time to time. Better safe than sorry. Appreciate your work. Anyone knows even a little bit about the weather knows that things can change quickly and it's not always correct. Yes, of course. There are a lot of microclimates, like Keith says. This is 100% true. Windy, chilly, rainy in Gig Harbor. Thanks for the heads up. Enumclaw got slammed pretty good by some sudden gusts 15 to 20 minutes ago. Station is off by about 10 miles per hour, plus or minus, so I'm estimating we're gusting mid 40s. Yeah, I wonder, there's still enough time for the NWS to put out a short-term wind advisory for the Puget Sound if they see conditions ramp up in the next couple of hours or so. So, can't count out that we may see a little very short-term wind advisory for parts of us coming up soon, but no guarantees. Again, I have zero affiliation with the NWS. I'm just making my own real-time observations and forecasts based off of that. Yeah, we're kind of in a brief little lull period of activity right now. But that front's coming. It's taking its time, but it is coming. It's moving into Seabrook right now, and it looks like it crossed over Port Angeles, but the strong wind hasn't moved into Port Angeles yet. Models have been showing this westerly surge taking its time to get set up there for areas like Port Angeles, Sequim, Whidbey Island, Port Townsend even, Victoria, BC, and surrounding area. So it's probably going to take its sweet time to move into the area. I'd estimate probably around 12 or 1 p.m. Getting sleet in Snohomish. All right. Gust to 35 in Snohomish with sleet. Yeah, if you see precipitation with the same sort of feel and look as Dippin' Dots, then those are called snow pellets, which is the same as sleet. No, actually, sleet is... I think sleet's ice pellets. Keith, please feel free to correct me on this since I know you're watching right now. Sleet is the same as ice pellets, I believe, not snow pellets. So you're probably seeing ice pellets up there in Snohomish. Thank you so much, River, for your report on TikTok. Yeah, exactly. Like William Gatlin said. Let's take a quick little segue into that real quick while we're in the downtime. Best way to support Puget Sound Stormwatch is through ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. And again, the link is also in the lower right corner of the stream. See, if you look down there by the view counter, the lower right corner, you can see a link, but I'll also cross-post the link on Facebook and YouTube for you guys. Yeah, snow pellets are the same as grapple, but grapple's not an official term that the NWS uses. At least that airports use. You know, Michael Snyder can go on a talking spree about this, about how they refer to them as snow pellets. So yeah, the grapple are snow pellets, ice pellets are sleet. Same thing there. But just different precipitation type. Originally from Kansas, I look at the radar and higher rain here in Mo Clips. That where the low is at. The low is much farther north. So the cold front usually drapes to the south of the low pressure area. So we go on satellite and approximate based on ISO bars where the low is. The low is actually pretty much already deteriorated quite a bit. That is, unless this is one huge cold front extending all the way up from the Gulf of Alaska and all the way back down here. I think this is just what's left of a little low pressure system that was moving through the area earlier. So yeah, I think the low pressure system itself is basically new. Kim says, getting bigger gusts now in Enumclaw. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, unfortunately, all of East Enumclaw is out of power now, so that takes a few of the stations out. But it looks like they fixed most of Bonnie Lake. They've isolated it down to one customer, but Bonnie Lake is back up. Good news out of there. Feels like temp has dropped a lot. Yeah, when the temperature drops, that's a textbook sign that a cold front's coming. So when they talk about a front, whether it be a warm front or a cold front, they're always talking about the air mass that's going to be replacing the current air mass. So a cold front is going to replace a warm air mass with cold air, and vice versa for a warm front. Cold air mass being replaced by warm air. But you get more precipitation and stronger winds with a cold front because of a property called isentropic lift. And so for a warm front, you just have warm air sliding over a colder air mass. While with a cold front, you have cold front getting underneath a warm air mass and shoving it up suddenly up into the atmosphere. And so that forcing mechanism called isentropic lift is what really gets these showers, storms, and winds going. This is why you usually see these textbook setups in the Midwest during storm season, either along a cold front or a dry line setup. Yeah, again, looking at the front right now. Looking a little bit more organized as it moves on the coast, but it's directly over Mo Clips and Seabrook. Moving into areas like Amanda Park, Neilton, and Quinault at the moment. Love my PUD. It takes a lot for power to go out. Yeah, I'm with City of Milton, so they buy their power from TPU, Tacoma Public Utility. But unfortunately, they don't have a map to search for any outages. Literally, I think right now, a couple of years ago, they split the grid into two. So usually south of Milton Way is one grid and north of Milton Way is another. And I've only lost power one time, and that was during the windstorm a week before Christmas Eve. Only time I've lost power, knock on wood, in this apartment ever since I moved in. Yeah, let's see. Some of these stronger wind gusts are making their way into Hoquiam now. So what will the stations read? 51. Oh boy. 51 miles per hour reported at Hoquiam just now. That's a biggie. I wonder. Let's go check the NWS. Okay, they extended the time. I missed this earlier. They extended the time of the wind advisory for Grays Harbor County. That got lost somewhere in the alerts. So let's see. What did they do here? Update number 4, 918. So this is for the western Strait of Juan de Fuca, Lake Crescent area, and North Washington coast. Wind advisory now in effect until noon today. Southwest winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts to 50 miles per hour possible. Again, until noon. This includes cities such as Queets, La Push, Quileute, Nia Bay, and Clallam Bay. And then same for the coast of Grays Harbor County. Wind advisory extended until noon today. Southwest winds 20 to 30 with gusts to 50. And the current wind advisory for western Whatcom County and Island County remains in effect until noon. So it should be allowed, unless they see any big wind gusts in that area, should be allowed to expire at noon today. Yeah, if you feel the temp dropping, that's the cold front making its approach. It's coming very soon. Here's the definition of sleet. When it falls through the deep sub-freezing surface layer of air, the partly melted snowflake or cold raindrop turns back into ice, not as a snowflake, but as a tiny ice pellet called sleet. Yes, perfectly described, Keith. The cat and I appreciate the information as we monitor the weather with all of you. It's always a comfort. Well, glad to be here to help you out today. Yeah, again, just ignore that station, and I'll show you guys on TikTok here as well, real quick. I think it's because of the storms we get here in 2007. It was without power for 5 days. Yeah, the 2006 storm in particular was something else. The top 3 windstorms of all time here in the Pacific Northwest. Again, 51 miles per hour here for Hoquiam. And then this oddball, this station is not correct. This is read up to 71 miles per hour today. That is not correct. Ignore that. Around a lot of the area still, Buckley's up to 31, North Bend's up to 31. Bremerton and Tacoma Narrows are at 30 miles per hour. West Point's at 38. Haynesville 36. Port Townsend 36. A lot of Island County between 40 and 45 miles per hour right now. Some people here call sleet hail. I say it's not hail. Yeah, hail's in the class of its own. Hail is just precipitation that gets picked up by convection current and just keeps getting tossed up into a storm's updraft until it gets too heavy to be sustained by the updraft, and then it falls towards the ground. So our updrafts here, because we usually have low top storms, aren't really potent or strong in general, so the hail doesn't get carried up too far, which usually results in only pea-sized hail. Sometimes a little larger if we get taller topped storms, but you usually need a pretty ideal setup for that to happen. So it's pretty rare around this area. And I mean pretty rare. Only during the strongest storms do you get up to occasionally quarter-size hail here on the west side, but that's mainly over the mountains where you get that orographic lift. So it kind of negates the low top cell potential, and the mountains create their own updrafts as a result of orographic lift, which can give you stronger storms. I miss my Kansas storms, but don't want to stay there. Completely fair. Honestly, even though I like severe weather, you couldn't pay me to move to Kansas. Realistically. Let's check a few things out here. Greed feels like temp is dropping. Yeah. Temp's dropping because the cold front's on its way. So that cooler air mass is going to replace the warmer air mass ahead of this front once it passes over. But it's moving in quite a bit later than forecast. At least that I'm seeing right now. Let's go check the recent HER to see what the recent HER model has to show. 17Z should be about done, which it is. Yeah, it might be like a half hour behind what the model's showing. But the HER model's showing between 40 and 45 mile per hour gusts directly along the water or up along I-90 in the Snoqualmie Valley. But that's really about it. Otherwise, 35 to 40 for the rest of the foothills is the expectation. Ooh, pardon me. 263 views here on TikTok. Awesome. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. For those of you just tuning in, Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Also live on Facebook and YouTube. If you guys want the full experience, go find me on Facebook or YouTube, where I'm currently doing my live stream. You guys can see everything that I'm looking at on the screen. Ooh, a couple of lightning flashes out there. The west. Think this is our system coming in tomorrow too. So again, we'll have to watch that area for a potential for some lightning, maybe some small hail, a couple of thunderclaps, and of course that snow potential for very hit or miss areas of the Puget Sound. But it's going to be, again, a very conditional threat. Ooh, lightning potentially, not a guaranteed, but a potential. Yes. Look at lightning flash density here. See, it shows the potential for some lightning flashes overnight. But sometimes the HER model overdoes the cell coverage. It usually shows the showers are stronger than they actually appear to be later on in the day. But still something to watch for sure. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on that. But the 18Z is right around the corner. And this one will go out to 48 hours. But what does the RRFS show? Let's go to the 12Z RRFS and see what that shows. Again, this model is experimental, so your front comes through around 11 a.m. to noon tomorrow. So around the same time as today's front. We get another front coming through tomorrow. And this one's going to bring even cooler air behind it. And the chance for some isolated hail showers and maybe a thunderstorm or two. And again, that's a maybe. A huge, huge maybe. Yeah, the RRFS model doesn't really like the chances of snow. So we have some model disagreement about snow. The RRFS doesn't want to have really any snow in the lowlands, while the HER just paints the South Sound in snow for a couple of hours tomorrow morning. It'll be interesting to see which one comes out victorious this time around. But the RRFS does show lightning flash potential tomorrow morning. It definitely picks up on potential lightning flashes here in the South Sound and the North Sound also. But again, this is experimental. I'm using an experimental product. Show you guys on this one more time, TikTok. See, this is an experimental model, as it says there, experimental product, not for decision making. This is tomorrow at 10 a.m. The darker colors indicate lightning flash potential being higher than the lighter colors. That, I mean, anything, actually, other way around. The lighter colors, like the lighter blue you see here, is better lightning flash potential than the darker gray and black colors. So this has higher lightning flash potential than this, for example. Again, this is an experimental model that we're looking at here. As we go on throughout the day, tomorrow, into the afternoon hours, that lightning flash potential hangs around. But the simulated reflectivity doesn't look super potent at the moment. Again, the models don't always do a great job at showing these cells, so we'll have to watch it in real time also as things go on. See, then we start to dry out as we go into Friday. And then we have the potential for that ridge to form. And again, an upper level ridge is an area of high pressure that keeps a lid on active weather around it. It prevents any active weather from making it into the area where the ridge is over top. Hearing and seeing lightning makes me feel like I'm at home. Yeah, I don't take lightning for granted around here. You know, I've experienced a few Arizona and Indiana thunderstorms, which are like the thunderstorms here on steroids. You know, but we've had our fair share of lightning events here. Like September 7th, 2019 is by far the #1 lightning event I've ever seen. Like I've never seen that much lightning and crazy cloud to ground bolts in a short period of time as I did on September 7th, 2019. Very windy on Anderson Island. Thank you for the report. Been snowing on the Mahala Highway 1 between Victoria and Mill Bay this morning at 1,000 feet. I think that's because you have heavier showers overhead. That's going to drag the snow level down for your area. Yeah, any heavier showers are going to drag the colder air down to the surface. So it's kind of a given for your area. Yeah, the front's about to cross directly over the radar site. It's moving into areas like Hump Tulips right now, and Ocean City, Copolis Beach, Ocean Shores, and Westport very soon. Tornadoes are increasing here. If you mean here in the Pacific Northwest, sort of, but not quite. Like the last real notable tornado we've had here was the 2018 Port Orchard EF2 tornado. But since then, it's been either really quick spin-ups off the coast in the form of landspouts, or really weak funnel clouds that barely, if they at all, touch the ground. Again, you need a lot of low-level shear to be able to have a tornado around. If you can have that low level shear as well as instability, a fair moisture profile, and enough lift to get at least a moderately high top thunderstorm to produce it, then you can definitely get a tornado around here. But the most important parameter of a tornado is to have the wind shear. This is why areas like that, like the Hood Canal downstream of the Olympics, has what's called a shear zone. So you get those little spin ups there where the air rotates the low levels in different directions. That's why the Port Orchard tornado happened, was because of the shear. So the changing wind direction and magnitude with height over a given area. That's the most important quantity to produce a tornado outside of moisture, instability, and lift. Just last year, we had one come onto Ilwaco. I remember that. Yeah, wind's kicking up here in Milton now, finally. Yeah, hello there, Rail Puck. Welcome in. So the front is just about to cross the radar site at Langley Hill right now, which is just outside of Ocean City. Kelso, Longview getting them. Yeah, that's a favorable area too, down there in the Columbia River Valley. Looking on radar scope, here's our front right now. See that little sharp cutoff boundary right there? That's our cold front, about to cross over the Langley Hill radar site. And this is the velocity. This is how you can tell exactly where the front's at. You can see the wind shift in intensity and direction along the frontal boundary here. Two really cool tools to use, reflectivity and velocity, to tell you exactly where a frontal boundary is and which direction it's moving. The front going to bring bigger wind gusts. It very well could, yes. If it's gusting over 50 miles per hour right now at Hoquiam Bowerman, then it definitely could bring bigger gusts into here. Again, let's disregard that station there on southern Whidbey Island. That's been reading erratic all day. We recently gusted to 31 at Tacoma Narrows, which is a new record on the day. And 30 here in downtown Olympia, and 36 as of the last update at Hoquiam Bowerman. That's super cool. Yes, it is. That's the power of Doppler radar. Yeah, it looks like right now peak wind gusts for the Puget Sound area are going to be around noon to 1 p.m. From what I'm seeing right now, based off of radar estimates, between noon and 1 p.m., we should have the strongest wind gusts around the Puget Sound area in particular. I'm going to turn on my battery saving mode on the phone real quick, because TikTok is just garnishing my battery. Oh, that view. Gusting to 39 now at West Point near Discovery Park in Seattle. Right about where the models were showing for this time. So, pretty good call from the models there as of this moment. Otherwise, we're gusting to 31 at Payne Field and Everett. 44 as of the last hourly update at Oak Harbor. 40 miles per hour Smith Island. 40 miles per hour just outside of Coopville here. And 39 on Camino Island. Yeah, the front is just now crossing directly over the radar site. So we should see the wind increase here very soon, if it hasn't already, for areas like the Hoquiam airfield, for example. Yeah, I'll plug my phone in, but it's not going to charge very well. I guess as long as I can just hold the charge, then we'll be Yeah, it's not even gonna charge on that king type. Nope, not gonna happen by looks. Try it one more time, but play with the settings. Make sure I don't lose you guys on accident. Okay, I think we're good. Let's see if that at least holds a charge. Said plug your phone in, LOL. Yeah, will do. But I just don't have an actual charging brick nearby, so I'm using my computer's USB. And yeah, we're up to 33%. So perfect. We're charging at least a little bit. I was gonna run it down pretty low and then probably cut the TikTok live and then just go Facebook. Because again, this is an experimental product. But if you guys want to see more of this, go ahead and let me know your feedback. And I eventually want to do a TikTok live stream off of the computer software itself. So you guys can see the full perspective of what I'm looking at here. So I don't have to constantly flip back and forth. For a sip of water. I like Tiki because it's faster in comments. That's true. So far I'm noticing it's faster. Yes. And it seems the TikTok algorithm allows for greater reach also. Again, just playing around with the algorithm a bit on TikTok to see if I can really get the word of Puget Sound Stormwatch out there to the people of the Pacific. A honka-donk. You were... Yeah, I'm still playing around with the format here, so I'm kind of a noob when it comes to this. Just, again, bear with me. Oh, what they call big jugs for drinks. Okay. Good. I almost got the wrong idea there for a second. 35 miles per hour, Olympia, as of the recent update. So just really waiting for this. We're just kind of playing the waiting game at the moment, waiting for this front to come in. Yeah, trees are blowing pretty good here in Milton right now. Playing around on radar scope. An Anchor charging block that is amazing for phone, tablet, laptop, holds a lot of power. Yeah, I have several power banks too. I just don't want to use them if I don't have to. I think I've got 3 separate power banks that I could use if I wanted to. Can you kindly look at the extended outlook for colder air, possibly 10 to 12 days out? Yeah, we looked at it yesterday, but let's get an updated look at it today while we're kind of hanging around real quick. So, yeah, let's look at the 12Z Euro. Let's zoom out a ways. We want to look at the upper level air mass, about 18,000 feet. Well, I'm working on getting a power bank. Yeah, 100% I recommend a power bank. Yeah, there's a trough swinging through tomorrow. And then we get a ridging pattern to set up, but it looks like initially it may be a bit maybe a bit too far east and allow some weather systems to come in this weekend. But then the main ridge sets up shop over our area. And see, it just explodes in intensity right over us midweek next week. And then another ridge just hanging out. Depending on how far west this ridge retrogrades, this could allow the Arctic air to seep in sometime around Tuesday the 20th. Again, details on that are still very much unclear. Tempest Station is reading 38 miles per hour. Oh. And you have a Tempest out there. That's awesome. Yeah, Tempest weather stations are some of the best stations you can get, realistically. But the confidence of really cold air at 5,000 feet is not there right now at 15 days out. See, for the best chance of any snow, you want this to be a dark blue or a purple over here. But it just looks like right now the air is too far to the east. It's east of the Rockies. You want it to be west of the Cascades, ideally. Let's see, the air mass, while this ridge is in place, it's going to be really, really warm. And any of the snowpack that we get in the mountains the next couple of days is likely going to be melted off quite a bit, if not all the way, by the time we get out to mid-month. See, like, some of these temperature anomalies we're looking at. See here real quick. See all that red on the screen right there? No bueno. Do not want to see that. Yeah, that's at pass level. And it's showing pass level temperatures being 11 degrees Celsius above average, which is about 20 degrees Fahrenheit above average. No good. No good whatsoever. Christmas present from my husband. That's awesome. Yeah, by chance, did any of you guys use Michael's code for that to get a 10% off, or did you pay full MSRP for it? Because every single video that Michael puts out on his channel, Pacific Northwest Weather Watch, he has a promo code to get 10% off a Tempest weather station. If you guys want it, I would highly recommend checking that code out. So yeah, conditions coming up don't look great. If we look at surface temperature anomalies here, during this period, this is in degrees Fahrenheit, close to 15 degrees above Fahrenheit when that ridge sets up shop. And then we hang right around normal. And then only by the 20th and 21st do we start to get below normal temperatures, like really below normal temperatures around the Puget Sound area. Yeah, we really, really do need snow for the summer months, 100%. We need to build up the snowpack now to not have to worry about our watersheds going into summer. Because if that is not the case, then we're going to be in real bad shape when it comes to a water year coming up this year. Believe he paid in full because he didn't ask me about it. Ooh, yeah, in full. That's $350 before taxes. That's madness. Yeah, you see the Europeans kind of picking up on some snow around the area Thursday morning, but very hit or miss. Again, the lower resolution of the European model makes it pretty hard to guesstimate exactly where and when these features are going to happen, because it confuses the lowlands for the mountains also. Just because of the resolution, it confuses the terrain features. It's not always the most accurate go-to model for terrain-based features like snow, like terrain-based forecast. You know what I'm saying? But it is showing some snow around the Tacoma area 4 to 7 a.m. Thursday morning, potentially. And showing a wide area of mixed precipitation across much of the South Sound and Southwest Interior as well, around 7 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So just a little heads up to that. That could easily become snow if you bring a heavy enough shower into the right environment. That could easily become snow for a short time. We're gusting 48 at Hoquiam and Bowerman in the last 5 minutes. And that front is just about to move on into the Grays Harbor Bar right now. So moving directly over ocean shores. Looks like the front's becoming a little bit sloppy, a little bit disorganized, but it doesn't mean it's weakening. This means it has several little wind shifts within the embedded squalls within that front. I have a Tempest weather station here in Victoria called Oak Bay Weather. Okay, awesome. No wind, barely any rain in Preston, Washington near Issaquah. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, it's again microclimates coming in huge in this case, coming in massive. Because just to your south in Preston, they've been reporting some big wind today and even some power outages. Areas like Bonnie Lake and Enumclaw have had power outages throughout the day. Bonnie Lake's been restored. I think last time I checked, I think Eastern Enumclaw is still in the dark. Let's double check on that. Yes, they're still in the dark at the moment. East Enumclaw. The power outages are hit or miss right now. They're not. There's not a lot of power outages. Like nothing worrisome. After the October storm that did so much damage to my neighborhood and our property, he knew my anxiety was horrific. They thought he would bring me some peace. Very nice of him. Yeah, if you monitor the conditions in real time, it does really help ease the anxiety. As a guy that suffers from a chronic anxiety disorder himself, definitely monitoring this in real time with you guys does really help ease the anxiety, especially the weather anxiety. Wind and rain here in Milton right now. Not super strong, but enough to really get the trees moving outside. For anyone just tuning in, time for our call sign. Hello, everyone on YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. This is Anthony here. I'm the host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch across the web. You guys enjoy the stream so far? Feel free to like, share, comment, subscribe. If you're on YouTube, ring that bell for future live stream notifications. And of course, if you guys would like to donate to Puget Sound Stormwatch, the link is down below in the right-hand corner. And I'll show this to you guys as well if you guys on TikTok would like to donate for future live streams of this quality. ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. Again, that is ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. Where you can, as seen here, this is where you can do live real-time donations in the form of coffees or $5 increments. This would be the best way to help out. And if we refresh, see we have 79 different supporters and 252 total coffees sent. 15 hours ago, you're doing a great job. I can totally understand the unmotivated and stressful moods. Yeah, appreciate all the kind words, everyone. Without you guys, this would not be possible. Ooh, 53. That's a new record on the day for Hoquiam. Yeah, 53 miles per hour now for Hoquiam Bowerman Airfield. That, again, just beat the previous record of 52 miles per hour. Starting to kick up there ahead of that front. How high will it get ahead of that front, though? We'll have to keep our eyes peeled because that frontal boundary is... Check how far it is right now. It's about 10 miles away. Realistically, it's right around 10 miles away or just under 10 miles away. And previously, we've had some big gusts there in Hoquiam behind the front, too. You know, oh, look at that. New tip from the man himself, William Gatlin. Thank you very much, William, for your donation. Received a total of 3 coffees from William Gatlin. Thank you so much again for your generosity. Getting pretty gusty up in Buckley. A 350 is spendy for us. My fancy pastels were 400. Yeah, it's good to hear you have a really supportive husband. That's awesome. All right, folks, just checking a few things out here on social media real quick, and we'll be right back. Front is coming ashore, drinking some hazelnut cold coffee. Excellent. How many total views do we have? 114. Okay. So yeah, view count on TikTok slowing down. I think people are getting tired of hearing me yap, or the algorithm's beginning to start to shut me out. But we did gain quite a few followers on TikTok since the stream started, so that is awesome sauce. Thank you guys for following along for this live coverage. Yeah, the front is less than 10 miles away from the Hokley and Bowerman airfield. And back on, trying to remember what day it is, but one day recently with one of the windstorms in the last couple of months, we had a 68 mile per hour gust behind the front. Not ahead of it, but behind the front. When we had, I believe was a northwesterly gust roll off the Olympics into the Hoquiam area and create sort of a downslope enhanced wind effect right behind the front. So I'm going to watch out for that. Right now, it looks like the strongest winds, according to radar, are ahead of the front. But of course, that could very well change. Stopped raining, but still losing small branches here in Oso. Have to go to Everett this afternoon. Ooh. Yeah, the wind should calm down by this afternoon, I would hope. You may have to deal with some of those westerly surge winds, however. So be prepared for some crosswinds going into Everett around 5 or 6 p.m. at the latest, I'd say. When will it pass Enumclaw? It should be out of the area by 3 o'clock, I would hope. 3 o'clock would be my latest guess. Right. Maybe not. You know what? That's okay. I'll stick with that angle. Weird that the weather.com app doesn't have any gale warnings. Someone just said on TikTok. Yeah, the apps on the App Store are very spotty. You have to really know how to find a diamond in the rough. Personally, I think the Windy app is probably one of the best interactive apps you can use on the iOS and the Android store. This is my personal opinion. Again, that's Windy, Windy. You want to go look that up. I don't know if it shows watches and warnings. At the very least, it gives you a lot of interactivity when looking at winds and other kinds of weather. Cold in Puyallup. Yeah, that cold front's coming, and it's bringing much cooler air behind it. Don't be surprised if you start to get the chills after this cold front moves through. Yeah, starting to pick up a little bit here in Olympia and at JBLM too. JBLM's gusting to 31, Olympia 32 downtown, and 33 at the Olympia airport. So if you haven't gotten any wind yet, it's definitely coming, if it hasn't already. Definitely on the way, for sure. So it's blowing pretty good out here in Milton right now. Yeah, I think that front's about 5 miles away from Hoquiam now. So, yeah, Grace Harbor getting the brunt of the front. Hey, that rhymed though. Yeah, let's see what the wind is like right ahead of the front and right behind the front. It doesn't. The radar's not picking up too much wind behind the front, mainly ahead of it. Which is a good sign if you don't want any strong wind later on. Windy and rainy here at the Narrows. Just saw we passed 38,200 followers on Facebook. Thank you guys for that. 483 followers on X. A little bit over 2140 subs on YouTube. And our new Instagram account has 12 followers also. If you guys want to check out my account on Instagram, it's at Puget Sound Storm. Trying to get the Instagram fired up too. And 642 followers here on TikTok now. So thank you guys for following along. Really appreciate it. Just looking out my window in case you guys are wondering. Can't remember the name regarding the winds ahead. So are we just totally anti-NAM now? Just curious. Got a good amount more wind than the Euro for my area. Honestly, the NAM can go rest in peace. For all I care, I'm done with the NAM. I am just about done with the NAM completely. 18Z HERS rendering. Perfect time for that to start rendering. Then we can look at some high-res data going out to 2 days. Maybe we can see if we have any updates on potential snow around the area once that's ready to go. Okay, 30 miles per hour now at Boeing Field. Out of the south. 39 in downtown Olympia. Is it straight line winds? Well, by definition, yes, because the winds aren't changing direction ahead of the front. By definition, you can call it straight line winds, but that's mainly a feature associated with convection. So fronts aren't really associated with convection like we see with thunderstorms. Straight line winds are typically more of a microburst or a really isolated squall feature. But by definition, it's close enough. I'll just look up the definition of straight line winds for you real quick. I believe the NWS has a definition. They do. Yeah, powerful non-rotating winds from thunderstorms that can cause damage. So yeah, usually they say it's from thunderstorms, not from fronts. But fronts can generate thunderstorms. Yeah, the difference is, again, in versus out. Inflow versus outflow winds. So I guess you could say by definition, these are not considered straight line winds. It's not associated with convection. It's associated with the frontal boundary. So these are just traditional winds from a front. Nothing really extraordinary. Thank you so much for doing this. It helps my anxiety a little to view what's happening live. Yeah, no problem at all. Murder trees are dancing again. Wind is screaming in Auburn. Oh, really? Hey there, Matthew. Welcome in. Matthew says NAM sucks. Yeah, I take it you finished up your class with Cliff, right? How's that going so far? Secondary outdoor window cam a possibility. I've been thinking about it. I just don't currently have the budget to add equipment into the setup. But yeah, I do want to see that potentially in the future. I would like to add a secondary window cam potentially. What times are the winds expected to die down today? Again, I'm expecting anywhere around 2 to 3 p.m. for most of us. Probably the strongest gust of the day here in Milton just occurred as that cold front moves in closer. And the cold front's just about to cross over Hoquiam. Slowly but surely, it's making its way in. Right. Thanks for your answer. Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, I'd like to set up an IP camera on my weather station down the road too at my mom's house. I think that would be pretty cool to switch to from time to time too. But again, I'm not seeing anything really budget friendly and anything that's really great, if you know what I mean. I know Ambient Weather, which is the station I use, has IP cameras, but I haven't seen great quality from their cameras. The best bet would probably be to set up a separate camera in the window, like a GoPro or something, and then either run a cable or, if possible, have. Because I think GoPros have the ability to do live streams natively, if I'm not mistaken. I have a GoPro Hero 11 Black from 2022, I believe. So I think it has the ability to do a separate live stream, but I would want to integrate that live stream into the main live stream so we can just switch back and forth between it. The front going to affect Port Orchard? Very likely, yes. Once the front comes over the Olympic Mountains, it will likely affect Port Orchard. But again, the wind gusts aren't looking terribly strong. Maybe at most 45 miles per hour out of the south. It just depends on what it does after it crosses over Hoquiam and moves into the area. If any of these stations between Hoquiam and Olympia start to light up like a Christmas tree when the front moves over, then we may have a little bit more concern with that. But right now, again, I'm not seeing any major wind concerns coming up. And radar scope just crashed again. Go figure. Radar scope's PC application is very buggy. Yeah, the front's literally just like a mile or two out from the airport now. About 2 miles out, so it's about to cross the airport. Let's see what it does once it moves over. At the very least, we'll have a wind shift for sure, either out of the west or the northwest. Then again, that's at the very least. Checking out some of your comments and stuff here on TikTok. So wish Pacific County could have more reporting stations. Yeah, at least I'm just using the ones certified with the NWS. So there's more reporting stations if you were to go on Weather Underground, for example, and look up the weather under map. Or if you have a Tempest station and have your Tempest station linked to the other stations, then they have maps with more stations. But they're not always set up the most accurately. Even the ones on the NWS site aren't always set up the most accurately. I'm really just using trusted stations that I can rely on right now. So I'm really just nitpicking the outliers and just relying on the stations that usually do a pretty good job reporting the wind, especially. Yeah, no new updates since then. 38 miles per hour near Westport. Still at 53. Has this updated? No, so it hasn't updated in about 20 minutes. That's kind of weird. Check the power outage map to see if that's going up anymore. Last number was 3,360. It's actually going down. And Enumclaw's the east area of Enumclaw was restored. That's why the power outage total decreased substantially there. So Bonnie Lake and Enumclaw are back up. Good news out of there. Lots of storm reports could happen here. Absolutely, yes. Nothing to speak of in Lake Stevens. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, so some areas around you, like Snohomish, have reported wind, though. So again, the microclimates are coming in massive here. Wind has definitely died down here in Milton recently. All right, let's check for an update one more time. We do not have it. Hey, thank you, Janelle Shuckard, for following me on Coffee. Appreciate that. Again, the link for you guys is in the lower right-hand corner. If you guys want to go check out that link to help support Puget Sound Stormwatch and donate. And if you do donate, then you'll get a cool little notification that pops up with your name here on the screen. The new feature I'm trying out to promote donations here on the site. All right, the front is right on top of the airport now. By the airport, again, for anyone just tuning in, we're watching live wind reports around the area right now. We're looking at Hoquiam Bowerman Airport at the moment. And last update was 53 miles per hour before it stopped updating. Go figure. Gusting to 50 on the south end of Cape Disappointment, 47 on the north end at the moment. They're watching that super closely right now. Again, Michael and Cliff are going at it. Just when you thought you had a unified weather community, some people go out and bash it. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, we're in the time period where we're just watching real-time reports. The forecasts no longer matter for wind in the short term. But let's go check out of curiosity what the HER shows anyways. $33-mile-per-hour gusts here in Tumwater. Thank you for the heads up. Haters gonna hate, isn't that the truth? So the recent HER 3 cam model has 44 miles per hour for Seattle and 46 miles per hour for Tacoma by noon today. Let's see if that verifies. Because right now, the frontal boundary is not even close to what it shows here on the HER. So I think it's probably going to push it back an hour or two, which could also push back our maximum time of winds back a couple of hours. Just a heads up, folks. Really hope this station didn't. Yeah, for some reason, it's no longer reporting gusts. It stopped reporting gusts about 20 minutes ago, but it's reporting sustained winds right now. It's a little weird. Unless the gusts are just not happening right underneath the front, which could be a possibility. Gotta rest. I'm suffering from bronchitis. Very sorry to hear that, my friend. But thank you for all the kind words and all the likes and all of that. Really appreciate you for tuning in today. They need to quit it. So dumb. Yeah, I agree. Just had a Facebook memory pop up that we had a power outage 7 years ago. Pictures of me and the kids camping out. Yeah, actually, it's 7 years today since a big windstorm that hit the area. Thanks for jogging my memory on that. Yeah, January 6th, 2019, we had a pretty large scale windstorm that moved through the area. I remember a lot of areas just to my north lost power. I actually drove through the area and surveyed some damage. Yeah, January 6th, 2019, I remember it now, clear as day. Thank you for jogging my memory. Did Michael or Cliff start this one today? Uh, it's going to depend on your perspective because Cliff posted the wrong units. He posted something in centimeters, I think, when he was meaning inches or the other way around, and Michael blasted him for it. So it's really going to be your call on who started it. But I just know I don't want any involvement in it. It's just all over my X feed right now, and all I'm seeing is just the weather guys going at it with each other. Okay, gusts updated, and we're down to 30 miles per hour at Hoquiam. Maybe we should put both of them in timeout. Could you imagine the weather world if they were in timeout for a week during storm season? It'd probably be mass chaos for hundreds of thousands of people who rely on either one of them for their primary weather information. Of course, in theory, that would mean more people would come over the Puget Sound Stormwatch for their updates, but again, we're not an official source of weather information by definition. Just got to make that clear. Okay, 38 miles per hour at Toke Point and Westport. Nothing more since then. Looking at the radar again. Yeah, the front is directly over the Hoquiam Bowerman Airport at this time. And moving towards the east, slowly but surely. It's on its way towards the Puget Sound area. Surprisingly, no wind yet up in Port Angeles. That westerly surge hasn't begun yet for them. At least as far as I can see based on observations. Oh, we lost a follower on Facebook. Oh well. See you next time there's a big storm event. Yeah, the front is just passing over the Hoquiam Bowerman Airfield at this time. Which means it's one step closer to moving into the Puget Sound area. Slowly but surely. Instead of just being good intentions and letting him know of an honest mistake, he posted that childish response to Cliff. He's the two. Almost makes it worse to shine light on it. Yeah, to each his own, but those two, I think it's the three guarantees in life are death, taxes, and Michael versus Cliff. I think those are the main guarantees. Please don't feed the animals, Julie said. If they want to feed the animals, they can. There's technically no rules telling them they can't. So I'll just let them live it out. They want to duke it out, more power to them. But yeah, that is a clear as day frontal signature there. Again, look at that, like a butter knife slicing right through it. Doesn't get more textbook than that for a frontal boundary. Okay, so I'm noticing it shows me live viewers on the front facing screen. Huh, weird. Now it's going to show the live viewers. Wasn't showing me that before. Maybe it's because I had to pass a certain requirement potentially. Not too sure. Guess we'll find out as time goes on, right? Yeah, gusting to 53 on the south end of Cape Disappointment now. And yeah, like Kim says, the suspense, we're waiting now. We're waiting for this front to come in. Says strong wind gusts southeast Port Orchard. Thank you, Riley N, for the heads up. Yep, it's on the way. It's coming. Again, if you guys know anyone that's interested in the weather and wants to see things happen real time, go ahead and send them my way. There's the wind picking up again here in Milton. Pretty nice wind gust just now. Got junk all over my glasses. We have no new comments. Sweet folks. Well, I think most of you guys left the TikTok live. Haven't seen any new members join yet. The last 5 minutes. Okay, there's a new one. Hello there, Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you for tuning in. Kind of doing a little side live coverage from my main feed on YouTube and Facebook. If you guys want to see the main feed, look me up on YouTube or Facebook, Sound Stormwatch. I'm currently doing a live stream looking at wind observations and tracking this frontal system as it comes. But it looks like most of you guys have left. So I'm going to go ahead and end the live here on TikTok in just a moment, and we'll continue our coverage on YouTube and Facebook. Pete says we have an occluded front between Vancouver Island and Vancouver. Yeah, again, an occluded front is where there's both a cold front and a warm front overlapping one another. So when people refer to an occlusion within a low pressure system, they're talking about the occluded front, which then splits into a cold front and a warm front. All right, yeah, so hey folks on TikTok, any last thoughts before I hang it up? Go ahead and let me know. Give you guys a minute to think about it. And if you guys want to see live coverage continue, you should Sound Stormwatch on YouTube and Facebook. Doing the live stream right now if you guys want to see the full coverage. I do appreciate everyone for tuning in today. Thank you so much. Okay, looks like that's about it. So we're going to begin to close things off here on TikTok. So thank you guys for coming out for the first TikTok live stream. This is sort of a pilot episode to what's to come in the future. Again, Anthony's here signing off. Let me see what happens when I close and go to a different app real quick. Does it cut off the live? Try that one more time. Surprisingly, it doesn't. Okay. That being said, take care, everyone. See you guys on the live stream here on YouTube or Facebook if you want to continue it. Otherwise, have a great day, folks. Take care. All right, let's check that out. So, reach 300 views. A couple people watch for over an hour. That's pretty cool. Again, for you guys just tuning in, this is my first time going live on TikTok as well at the same time. So I'm just looking at some analytics from it. We had 311 views, 47 comments, and Around 1,200 likes. Someone just spammed likes repeatedly. Just dropped in to see what's going on. Hello there. Just tracking winds as the front comes in. Gusting to 41 now at Hoquiam and Bowerman as this front just crossed over the airport. Yep, there's our wind shift. So wind shifted to due west the airport now, and it looks like the strongest winds have concluded, at least as of right now, for Hoquiam. So this front's on the way now, moving up the Puget Sound area from west to east. Duration has exceeded 97% of creators with similar performance. Fascinating. $1.6K likes, mainly from one guy just spamming the like button. Average watch duration was only 15 seconds. Ooh, that's pretty poor. Graphic sources, live recommendations. Okay, so the algorithm is working in my favor. 87% of it was from live recommendations, 3% from the following feed, 9% from others. So overall, pretty good first live stream here on TikTok. I gotta go live for 2 more days to unlock more traffic and live features, is what they're saying right now. Cool, so we gained 5 followers during that stream. Awesome. Well, hunky dory then. We'll let my phone sit and charge up for a little bit, but that's about it for the TikTok stream. So now we can focus back on Facebook and YouTube. Okay, 41 miles per hour Olympia now. Olympia's starting to pick up pretty good. Anyone from Olympia, did you feel a big gust come through in the last 5 minutes? Fort Townsend had good wind and high gusts, but calm right now, but rain. Thanks for the heads up. Heard something about thunderstorms today. Not today, but tomorrow there is a chance. There's definitely a chance of thunderstorms tomorrow. Said hunky dory. Yeah, I say hunky dory a lot. Just one of my go-to expressions. Would it be helpful if some of us went over there to TT versus here? TT. Oh, to TikTok. No, trust me, you don't have to do that. Then again, I was just doing a little recording on the side, so you wouldn't have seen really any of the maps on here unless I actually showed it to the camera. And it just kind of became a hassle to go back and forth. You know, it was getting in the way. But eventually, I do want to set up this TikTok live stream setup, which I'm experimenting with right now. Eventually, one day, I do want to get this set up, though, to also simulcast to TikTok, but directly from the computer instead. One day. Still got to play around with the audio and everything. because I have to do a vertical stream as well as a separate horizontal stream. And some of the features don't work with one another, so it can be a little bit confusing at times. But, we'll get it figured out one day. Eventually. Yeah, eventually one day we'll figure it out. And it'll be less of a hassle from this point on. But it was just an experimental day today, so I wasn't going to do any serious streaming on TikTok. But someday, yes. Just not today. 45 minutes driving southeast of Olympia outside of Yelm. It's very windy. Some trees down in the neighborhood already. Wow. Already. Interesting. Thank you for the heads up, Rachel. When you get going, need to study. Sounds good, Keith. Take care. Thanks again for stopping by. Okay, good dealio. Have died down at my place. How much wind is the next one? Wind's likely going to be less for the next one, which is tomorrow's front. I'm not really concerned with the wind. I'm more so concerned with the isolated storm potential and the potential for some snow in some lowland areas too. That's something we'll have to keep a close eye on as the day continues tomorrow. But right now, no immediate concern. Still pretty windy outside, but not as windy as it was a few minutes ago. Hoquiam, yeah, looks like your biggest gusts have passed by you, but let's go look at tomorrow's wind forecast here on the HER. Yeah, it's not that impressive. Interestingly enough, though, I wonder if this is convective activity. It looks like it is, so we'll have to watch for some of this convective activity that comes through. Could produce some stronger gusts in very isolated areas. Could get some stronger winds within thunderstorms if they do happen. But other than that, the wind around the area is generally the gusts are going to be between 30 and 35 miles per hour. Nothing to run home about. But we'll have to watch these thunderstorms if they do materialize, possibly produce some stronger gusts directly within them. For example, that right there ahead of a thunderstorm, just off the coast of Westport. Why are the lights stuck on in my garage? Gonna fix that real quick. And I'll be right back with you guys here in a moment. Good thing they're Wi-Fi controlled. I can just hit 2 buttons and boom, the lights are off. It's tomorrow late morning. Yeah, tomorrow late morning. The lightning flash potential. Lightning flash potential looks way lower this time around, though. So he does show potential for some lightning flashes around 4 p.m., but this product doesn't always verify. So take it with a grain of salt. This usually overdoes the reflectivity a little bit too, so it does show a pretty decent squall line feature coming in. Sometime around 9 or 10 a.m. tomorrow, so we'll probably go live for that too. It'd be interesting if that verified. Kind of looks like it has a little bent back occlusion a bit, but I think the low pressure center is going to be way north of there. Yeah, and there's hardly a pressure rise, so the wind is mainly going to be convective, not from the front itself. I can't really make any guarantees on the wind, but yes, this is late tomorrow morning. Let me get up for a stretch break real quick, guys. Be right back. You said it's a date, live again tomorrow, most likely. Things keep trending up like this, then yeah, expect the live tomorrow too around this time. Okie doke here. Power outage map not gone up very much. Does appear there's a new power outage off of Orville Road near Electron. Other than that, not very much new. Still quite breezy in Olympia, but not seeing big wind elsewhere at the time. Wonder how that's going to play out right there. It's a 60-mile-per-hour convective gust right off the coast of Westport at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Be quite interesting if that verified. That would definitely that would qualify for a marine warning if we had a thunderstorm produce a gust that strong. Cold front was a bit bad on Ladysmith. We had pouring rain, stronger winds than they said. Interesting. Yeah, it's not always as it seems. That's for sure. Yeah, 18Z NAM took away most of the South Sound snow chances on Wednesday at least. But what happens Thursday morning, we're not quite in full range of that yet. So stay tuned for that. But that, the HER went from some snow to no snow, just like that. Wonder if this band's really going to come through as strong as it shows, because that would bring some locally stronger wind, heavy rain, and maybe some small hail, possibly a thunderclap if we're lucky. For some of us here in the South Sound. What are the winds going to be like in Shelton, Belfair area? Not super strong. You should be sheltered from the strongest winds. If you're talking about on Wednesday, like tomorrow, then tomorrow again not looking super impressive unless we have these bigger storms come through, like some of the models are showing. Then we may want to be on the heads up in case we get a thunderstorm that brings the stronger winds down towards the surface briefly. That's what it was showing off the coast at 10 a.m. Near Westport, was a big thunderstorm producing a damaging wind gust of 60 miles per hour at 10 a.m. Again, no guarantees. It's going to be conditional, which means we'll just have to watch it in real time to see exactly what happens and go from there. Oh, boy. Ugh. Slept pretty well last night. I think I'm just feeling a little under the weather right now. Probably what it is. 30 miles per hour in Buckley again. But nothing too terrible right now. Ooh, there's a big gust outside just now. I just kind of heard my window flex from that one. Pretty nice strong gusts here in Milton just now. I have to estimate probably just shy of 40 miles per hour. It just occurred. It's going to take a second for the nearby stations to update that, but seems like a pretty all right size gust. Right up there with what we've seen today so far. In terms of what you would consider strong around here. So nothing too crazy, but still enough to move the trees quite a bit. Yeah, if any of you guys watching right now have any updates on wind in your area, feel free to chime in. Even better, if you have exact measurements on winds, like wind gusts in particular, feel free, again, let me know what you're seeing right now. Taking another cough drop. Gonna play it safe today and not really stress out my vocal cords when they're already kind of 43. Yeah, well, that station's definitely back online, but I think it's overdoing it at probably 10 miles per hour. Probably. Okay, there we go. Registered as 31 at Tacoma Narrows. So not super impressive, but noticeable. Rail Puck says south southwest 10.6 gusting 19.2 kilometers per hour. Okay. So about 12 mile per hour gust. And yeah, not too much currently going on in Victoria. That I agree with right there. Thank you for the heads up and the observations. As it's shown what the wind is in and around Yelm. There's no stations that are linked with the NWS that record down there at the moment. But if we wanted to, we could go and look up the weather under map with stations and see if there's a station down there. Hmm. See, there's quite a few of them, but they're all reading different. Will North Bend see some snow in the two storms coming? Uh, I can't make that guarantee. Yeah, and it's going to be extremely conditional. It's going to be a very difficult forecast to make. It just since you're higher in elevation, your chances are greater. Yes, but can you get a strong enough shower to really drag the snow level down over your area? That's the question. Right now, I'm going to say no, just to be on the safe side. Well, there's a station showing gusts of 30 here on the Roy side of the river. Gust southwest to 30. Gust northwest 24 here in North Yelm. Yeah, see, all of these stations are different, but the one up here is reading 30 mile per hour gusts at the moment. Again, this is the W under map. You want to search this up, or just type in wunderground.com, and then you can find the W under map on there. Check the front, and yeah, might even be a little segment moving ahead of the front, too. What it looks like. So could see some strong wind here in Olympia here very shortly. Yeah, that front's about to pass into Tokeland right now. It is long since past Hoquiam and is now moving east into the area. Now let's just see what happens, I suppose. Thank you for checking the Yelm area. Yeah, sure thing. Currently in Roy, low gusts around 18 to 20, high gusts 28 to 30 by my Tempest. Okay, good. So it's right around what the models are showing for this time for down there. Maybe just a little bit on the lower end of what the models were showing, but still pretty all right. Dude, we've been going for over 2.5 hours already. Wow, really? Nope, I don't want to message anybody. Stop it, Siri. Go check out some models again for tomorrow. Interested to see how this pans out here on the herd, because that would could bring some isolated storm activity in this band of showers here. Then the NAM is starting to render too, but it's not quite in range. Do I even want to look at the NAM, honestly? Probably not. And the NAM's not even close to that level right now. Like, not even remotely close. The NAM shows the front passing through sometime between noon and 2 today around the area. Just for what it's worth. Breezy with mild gusts and Long Branch on the Key Peninsula. Will it get stronger for us here? Well, the front hasn't moved in yet, so I anticipate yes. But ideally, it shouldn't get much stronger. Should not get much stronger. A little bit, potentially, yes. But I'm not seeing any huge wind gusts coming up for our area with this system. Again, that could change, so be sure to stay tuned in case it does. But for right now, I'm not seeing any major concern. I've not yet linked my Tempest to anything, still trying to figure that out. Husband set it all up, so I have no clue. Eventually, we'll get it linked so it can be another data point for me to use. Yeah, let's go check some of the Tempest stations real quick, because I don't think they show all of them on Weather Under Map. I think this is a completely separate ordeal here. Let me compare some of these stations here real quick, like Enumclaw, for example. So I think no, I don't think so. All right, so they've expired the wind advisory for the coast and the Strait of Juan de Fuca, but they've extended the time for Island County and Western Whatcom County. They've extended the time until 4 p.m. now. So the wind advisory is now in effect until 4 p.m. for Western Whatcom and Island counties. Just a heads up. But the wind advisory will expire at noon for the coast and the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Calling for wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour out of the south for Island County and Whatcom County. All right, yeah, let's look at some observations, shall we? The wind gust 16 miles per hour there. No recent observation. Oh, that's helpful. Not. Let's go check down in the Yelm area again. There's a couple of them down here. Wind gust 7.2, wind gust 3.4, wind gust 7.4, wind gust 7.4. There's this one lone station up here in Roy, just outside the city limits here, and it's recording 1.3 mile per hour gusts. Lightning detected the last 3 hours, 1. Interesting. 24 to 27 miles 2 hours ago. Is that right? But the other ones did not detect that. So weird. Maybe that one's acting up a bit. Yeah, look at all these Tempest stations we have around the Seattle area. I think you can tell that Michael Snyder's influence is hitting hard on the weather station community here as they really increase their coverage around this area. They're all linked to each other too. You know, it's a very smart setup. It's a little bit hard to describe. Even out here along the coast too. Let's check the Olympia area right now. See if anything's reading a little high. That one's only 10.5. No observation. 10.3. 9.4 miles per hour. Yeah, nothing really impressive right now on the Tempest. 36 miles per hour at Tacoma Narrows. That's a new record on the day. Be right back, folks. All right. Yep, here it comes. It's on the way. It's passing Montesano right now. Front is about to move into Elma, and you can see it extending all the way up through Allen and Grapeview right now, directly over Shelton. So wind shift likely coming soon for the Shelton airports. And the ATX radar is showing some pretty decent wind, few thousand feet in the air too, close to 60 miles per hour. But I don't know if this is going to work its way down to the ground. I don't think it is. May have a little bit of trouble trying that. Yeah, you can clearly see the frontal boundary right there. Doesn't get much clearer than that on radar. Just past the noon hour here, Tuesday, January 9th. No, January 6th, 2019. Crazy to think today, if I had stayed with my job at Safeway, I'd be celebrating my 10-year anniversary today. Interesting, right? But I decided to give it up to do this. And so far, it's not really paying the bills. So, I'm probably going to have to give this up soon. Go back and work full time just to Keep a roof over my head. Go check out the Tacoma Narrow Station. Yeah, gust of 36 at 11:53. We should be getting a new observation here very shortly. South-southwest wind 25, gust 36 as of 11:53 at Tacoma Narrows. Southeast of Port Angeles and right here at least winds aren't much, but it's been dumping rain for hours. I think the westerly surge is going to take a while. Usually it's right away. Like usually you get the westerly winds right away, but this time it seems to be taking its sweet time to get going. Nam's not quite in range yet. Need a few more frames to go. Ooh, this one's reporting in knots. Wind gust 8.7. Elma's only 4.5 miles per hour. No wind in Montesino. Wind gust 7.6. A good chance a lot of these are not set up properly, too. Down here in Oakville, this one's recording a gust of 12 miles per hour. Was a union grocery checker for 27 years. Yeah, I was part of my union too. Only in the last year did I volunteer as a steward for my store. But before that, I've been a union member from 2016 to the time I quit up in August of last year. And our union, UFCW 367, seems to have some holes in it. You know, we just came to an agreement on the new contract back in June. I'd like to say it was June, and I didn't necessarily agree with it. And I told my union that I didn't necessarily agree with it. And you know, they were kind of just like, "Oh, what do you mean? This is the best contract we're ever going to get." But it just didn't seem like it was a good long-term solution for myself and my coworkers. So I decided that was the last straw, and I left the company altogether. Safeway is what we're talking about. I used to work at the Safeway right down the road from me here in Milton. Same union, he said. What a coincidence. Yeah, when I quit, I was a produce clerk and a checker. So I'd have to alternate between both with very little notice. And it got frustrating on some days where I would spend hours in a check stand sometimes when my produce department was already short-staffed at that time. So some days we'd have 2 or 3 people in our produce department, and we're basically number 1 in our district in sales almost every week. So I got frustrated with it and I left. But geez, I couldn't have chosen a poorer time in this country's economy to leave. Because I kind of SOL'd myself long term by not hanging around. But you know, I kind of just gave up dealing with it. It's not something I wanted to keep in my life long term, and I wanted change. So decided to come here and do this full time. And although it's not really doing justice to pay the bills, it's still I enjoy doing it. I do enjoy doing it. Have a lot of time to myself, truthfully, and I get to work for myself. You know, it's really everyone's dream, and it's my dream. But having a little trouble coming up with, again, long-term financial peace of mind to keep doing this. York Doppler says he left behind because of crime. Yeah, that's a good reason to leave, is because of crime. I agree with you on that. My store wasn't really crime-ridden, but we definitely have had an increase in shoplifting activity and police activity around the area because of a lot of people moving in, especially low-income households. All right, front's moving in closer. It's crossing over Elma right now. So just be ready. Some areas up here in the Sound you could begin to pick up here really shortly, if you haven't already. Not seeing a real good westerly surge signature quite yet, so it'll probably be a few hours before this westerly surge really picks up. But it looks like the stronger wind's on the way here for at least the South Sound. Not really seeing a good frontal signature here over the Central Sound though, so it could be a little bit more embedded in here, but I'm not seeing a really clear as day frontal cutoff compared to the other radar. But you can see it clear as day here. So it's possible, usually the Olympics rip up the fronts too, so it's possible that the Olympics just destroyed that central portion of the front, which is entirely in the realm of possibility too. I'm more so interested to see what happens once this front moves over Olympia, because it should have just passed over Shelton. So their wind shift should be right around the corner there in Shelton. Just how strong also. There's some pretty heavy precip about the Cross Highway 8 too. So if you're between Elma and McCleary, do get ready for some heavy precip and some possible strong winds for a short time. This is moving towards Olympia at the moment. You see it's gusting pretty good down here on the Oregon coast. Almost 60 miles per hour in Astoria. So 31 at the Tacoma or the Olympia Airport, 36 at the Narrows Airport, 36 at West Point. That's really about it. Calmed down pretty substantially as of right now. Even the trees outside are dead calm right now. But it might be a calm before the storm, for all you know. Yeah, the NAM's nowhere near as strong with the storms tomorrow. Has things moving in a couple hours later too, compared to the HER. This is the NAM 3KM 18Z model, but again, I'm pretty much just stale with the NAM at the moment. I think the NAM is cooked. If we're being honest, I think the NAM is completely cooked. The NAM's also one of those models that shows no snow tomorrow for much of the area. Ideally, no snow. For wind, do we even want to look at the wind? It's pretty modest. It doesn't have any areas hitting 40 miles per hour tomorrow when that front comes through. So I think we'll just say the NAM's doing all right at best. It's doing okay. Is Radar Omega worth the $8.99? I have not personally tried it, but I will tell you Radar Scope is worth the price. Radar Scope for sure is worth the price, especially on the mobile application. Like iOS, Radar Scope is undefeated, but I have not tried Radar Omega. Maybe one day if they want to reach out as a sponsor, I'll try them out. But I haven't had a single sponsor yet, even from any weather agencies. Like, as much as I use Windy, you'd think maybe Windy would reach out for a sponsor anytime soon, but no sponsorships yet. I'm just kind of hanging around for that life-changing sponsorship that would help me, but right now it just hasn't happened yet. Just has not happened. Windy's radar is not even holding a candle to Radar Scope's radar right now. There we go. Now I can hear the wind humming through the Narrows Bridge from our house. Stain must be kicking up now. Sounds about right. The front's on its way. Not slowing down, it's not speeding up, but it's on the way. It's not on the right map. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we just had a wind gust of 40. That's probably what you felt was the wind gust of 40 at the Tacoma Narrows. Just like that, it went down to a 32. And this station's still trying to catch up. So saying most recent update at noon was south-southwest winds 22, gust 32, but at 11:55, wind 23, gust 40. So we did officially hit 40 at the Tacoma Narrows airports today. And 38 again here in Olympia. Rain is picking up a bit now too. Thank you again for that kind heads up. Yeah, it's moving closer. It's getting ready to move in. Some heavy rain moving into the I-5 corridor across Olympia right now. Yeah, the front has passed Oakland and is moving up through Pacific County and Grace Harbor County. Looks like winds are picking up at Bremerton as well, but haven't seen the wind shift yet at the Shelton Airport site. These are probably some of the winds that you're feeling down here, mixing their way down towards the surface. Yeah, that's your front. Getting closer. Trees haven't moved very much, though, since that last update. Really hasn't moved much at all. How long is the front expected to last? Based on its speed, it should be in and out within about an hour to an hour and a half for a very specific area. It's not moving super fast, but it's not moving super slow too. So I'd say around an hour and a half at most. The effects of the front should be in and out. Just based on what I've seen with fronts like this in history. Oh, Michael. See if anything new is going on around the area. Nope, not that I can see. Sweet. Yeah, really, by the time the winds really start to pick up and the times they should calm down, it should be no more than an hour and a half, if we're being realistic. Because it's still going to be moving through pretty quick. Okay, 38 Olympia, 30 JBLM, 36 again for Tacoma Narrows. Looks like right around what the European model was showing this morning for winds. Let's go review that one more time. Yeah, that's a pretty good win for the Euro so far. What it didn't quite nail was the wind along the coast, specifically Hoquiam. It underdid that by almost 10 miles per hour. But outside of that, so far in the Puget Sound area, it's doing pretty good showing this wind. And right maybe a little bit on the low side here over Island County, but right about on the money for Western Whatcom County. So again, I think it's another win for the Euro, if we're being honest. Yeah, weather-wise is another good free app too. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Weather Front also free too? No, if you guys follow the Stormfront Freaks, they promote an app called Weather Front, and I've been seeing a lot of updates on those as well. Sonia, you'd probably know this. But I follow a meteorologist that shows up on Reed Timmer's streams sometimes, named Brady Harris, who's part of the Stormfront Freaks team, and they promote a lot of Weatherfront on their social media. Ooh. Thought that was a gust of wind, but that's a plane. Scared me there for a second. Yep, it's on the way. It's coming ever so slowly, but it's taking its time. Front has crossed McCleary and Elma and is moving into Olympia very shortly now. We're just keeping our eyes on observations and watching the radar in case anything strengthens by the time it gets here. Don't remember, but I'll ask one of my chasers about Weatherfront. Sounds good. Actually, maybe I could stop being lazy and I could look it up myself since I have my phone right here. Yeah, Weatherfront is free. So Weatherfront and Weatherwise. For those of you guys who don't know, Weatherwise is the app that Ryan Hall y'all uses during his streams. All right. Now we wait for this front to come through. So if you guys want to take a break, drink some water, get some food or anything, or leave it on in the background, feel free. You guys don't have to stay until this thing moves through. You know, I understand. You guys are probably getting tired of the commentary by now. Wink, wink. A power outage down here on Michigan Hill, down near Ford's Prairie. Looks like right on the edge of the county line there. The good news is power outages are being fixed faster than they're happening. Here's a good time for a sandwich. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Pretty much been fasting so far today. I gotta be much more disciplined and yeah, I gotta be much more disciplined about my fasting schedule for sure. Trying to decrease body fat going into the first month of the year or so. And eventually I gotta hit the weight room again. Time's coming up soon. I was really anxious to hear back about what they diagnosed my mom with. She's getting a procedure done today, so kind of anxious to hear back, and hopefully we get the results very soon. Hmm. 19Z her picks up the wind gust to around 50. But that already passed and that didn't happen. So that's a bust. So the her has the westerly surge really picking up starting sometime around 7 p.m. tonight. But it's going to be pretty short lived from what I'm seeing right now on the model guidance. Again, this is 7 p.m. tonight for the westerly surge along the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Radar update. Getting closer. Looks like the wind shift just occurred at Shelton. So the front has passed Shelton, but no super strong winds have registered there yet. See, we haven't even gotten the wind gust above 30 miles per hour all day at Shelton Sanderson Airfield. Not yet, at least. It's just it's not a lot of data points lining up here on Weather Underground. A lot of spread with the wind gusts, wind direction, all of that. So that's what leads it towards less accuracy too. That's why I think it's just much less accurate than what the NWS site shows for wind gusts. Yeah, the wind gusts weren't too strong for Shelton when the front passed over, so maybe that's a good sign. We'll see how that translates to when it moves into the Puget Sound area. As the front's about to pass over, it looks like the front's passing close to Olympia right now and possibly Tacoma Narrows. It's really hard to tell exactly what's going on here on the Langley Hill radar, or the Camino Island radar, pardon me. I would have to guess that this is what's left over of the front after the Olympics destroyed parts of it. So we could see some wind pick up here around the Central and South Sound as this thing moves in. Like SeaTac and areas southward heads up over the next hour or so. Could be some breezy to blustery winds on the way for you. Judging mainly on what I'm seeing here on this radar. So let's just wait and see, folks. Just wait and see. 35 again at Tacoma Narrows. A little breezy outside, but not as strong as earlier. Already had snow mixing in up here, Skagit, Whatcom County line. Are you in the higher elevation or are you more in the lowland elevation area? I think at the county line the elevation goes up a bit. I believe, yeah. The elevation is pretty high in general up there. Are you down in the valley like along Highway 9 or are you more up in the hills a bit? The higher elevations. Very gusty and Roy, thanks for the heads up. Oh, you're at 300 feet. That's it. I'll be darned. Good call. Thanks for the heads up on that. Okay, precipitation depiction. See if radar scope's picking up on it. No, it's not. But I didn't expect it to. It's like you're one of those lucky ones that's having the chunky rain mix in. Possible this could be one of the little frontal features right there, but again, a little difficult to tell unless you're looking really closely at the velocity. Look at storm relative velocity, see if it's any different. Yeah, it's quite a bit different. Yeah, Olympia area is coming for you right now. Should see the wind gusts pick up substantially right now in Olympia. Surrounding areas also. So like, do you have Venmo? Yes, I do. Preferred method would be PayPal. But if you want to send the Venmo, I'll gift you the link for that real fast. It's a personal Venmo, so it's not a business Venmo. But let me know if you can see this link. Three miles east of I-5. Okay, perfect. Thank you for the report. Appreciate that. So very gusty and Roy. All right. See if, again, we have a tempest down there. See what the tempest shows. Yeah, we only have one tempest in the Roy area, and that's reading nothing. So let's go to the weather under map and see any stations down here reading anything crazy. Still showing gusts of 30 from the southwest on that side. Gust of 2 there. Apple Weather app is showing 40 miles per hour in Roy. Yeah, I'm not quite seeing that materialize yet. Other than this one station up here, there's really not reading that much from any of the other sister stations. Again, most of these are due to improper installation also. Someone just sent in a snow video to one of my groups. Trying to figure out exactly where they're at. All right, so 31 at Olympia Regional Airport, 30 at JBLM still 35 here at Tacoma Narrows. So no huge wind gusts yet, which is about what we're expecting right now. But what will happen when this front moves into the Puget Sound area? That's what we're about to find out. So cold outside. Yep, cold front means cold air coming in. You can see a lot of the temperatures have already begun dropping around the area. A lot of areas either at 40 or going below 40, like Everett here, for example. Everett still got some winds out of the south, but Everett's hanging around 39 degrees right now. While down here in the South Sound, you see a lot of us are in the mid 40s. Like 43 here at Ton Field, 45 at Gray Army Airfield, 45 at JBLM, 43 in Tacoma, 42 at SeaTac. So I think it's safe to say the front hasn't passed those areas yet. Yes. Station is reading 38 from the SWS. Oh, from the southwest. Okay. Huh. Thank you for the reports, Ashley. Appreciate that. Makes things much easier to work with. What does tilt mean on radar scope? So tilt is the angle of the radar beam. So tilt 1, right now it says the elevation is 0.2 degrees. Tilt 2 goes up to 0.5 degrees. Tilt 3 is 0.8, and tilt 4 is 1.2 degrees. So this is the level above the radar's horizon. So the lower the tilt, then the lower the radar beam is looking. Therefore, any low showers will be picked up. But if you want to look higher up into the showers, such as at thunderstorms, for example, then you would select a higher tilt. And therefore, the beam increases its angle, and it looks at a higher angle of elevation from the radar site. Usually, again, best when you're looking at taller storms, like over the Midwest, for example, to see higher up into the cloud tops. But normally, you want to use tilt 1, which is the flattest tilt. Winds finally increasing southwest, 19 kilometers per hour, gusting to 28 kilometers per hour, Victoria. Thank you for the heads up. Someone down in Thurston County said rain, snow, pellet, sleet mix. Some people could see their first flakes today. That's entirely in the realm of possibility. Not going to count that possibility out. Getting a little breezy here again. Narrows has really calmed down. Perfect. It has, from what I can see, yes. I just had a very small localized pressure rise go through there. That's probably what it was. But the main front, from what I can see, still hasn't passed the area yet. And you can start to see the front show up on this radar. It looks like it's moving into this area very shortly. Maybe hard to see, but I believe this is the front right there. Possibly. All right. Keep a close eye on the observations here as this front comes in. Again, I do believe, judging by what I'm seeing on radar, it looks like the front is somewhere around here right now. It should be moving directly over SeaTac at this time. I'm not seeing a big wind shift at Bremerton yet. So again, guys, if you're watching right now, go ahead and let me know where you're watching from and if the wind starts to pick up for your area. I'm just going to keep watching out my window too in case something happens. Yeah, and Tacoma Narrows just dropped off the map, so it's not even gusting to 30 there right now. Is it over Tacoma already then if it's at SeaTac? It's approaching. So because of the orientation, it's not really north to south or north northeast to south southwest like you typically get. It's more so a northeast to southwest oriented front. So it may move into SeaTac, some areas north of SeaTac before it moves into Tacoma due to this orientation, or around the same time. But I haven't seen that definitive wind shift yet. And when the front gets between the two radar sites, it becomes really difficult most of the time to tell exactly where it is. It's looking like it's somewhere right around there, if I had to take a gander at it. Watching from Oak Bay, Eastside, Victoria. Have the heavy rain here, but winds 18-mile-per-hour gusts. Watching from North Tacoma. Hey there. Tony Croyle 2071, aka the Father Unit. Yeah, it's coming by the looks of it. Is it going to be as strong as it was on the coast? I don't expect it to be. Again, we're not expecting a major wind event around the area today as this front comes in. Just a typical run-of-the-mill style frontal system. Is Michael Snyder a sensei to you? You could say that, yeah. I haven't personally talked to Michael or met him, but I do use his briefings and his updates as a source of inspiration. So you could say he is a sensei. People are saying it might snow tomorrow and Thursday morning. Depends on your area. Again, the risk for that is going to be extremely conditional based on your exact location. So a lot of areas are not going to get snow tomorrow, but some of you lucky ones could get a little bit of snow that accumulates. It should just be moving into Olympia right now, and therefore around the same time as Tacoma and SeaTac, realistically. So now we just wait a few minutes and see if the wind gusts really pick up, because it's right on our tail now. We'll be watching outdoors to see if the weather really begins to drop off. And now it's waiting time. With ground not nearly as saturated, I'm not nearly as concerned about my trees. Though we did finally make contact with the owner of the abandoned property, gave us the green light to fell them. Great news. It's actually your stepmom using dad's YouTube. Okay. Well, welcome along. Glad to see you in. Yeah, we're just watching things live right now to see when this front moves in and what exactly it's going to do. Because it doesn't really pack a punch. We had some stronger wind gusts than we expected along the coast earlier, but since then the front has substantially weakened as it's moved into the area. Again, looks like somewhere in this area. And definitely, you can see it much better here on the coastal radar than you can on the inland radar. And again, you can thank the Olympics for that. So now we just wait and see what's going to go down. Will it be gusty or will it be nothing? As if it's nothing, then you could say it's another bust. But if it's something, then we may have a case. Again, I'm not seeing any major signs of big wind in the area. This is like probably 7,000 to 8,000 feet above sea level here. Yeah, see? Nailed it. Between about 6,500 feet and 8,000 feet above the ground. So it's going to take quite a bit to work that down towards the surface. All right, now the precipitation showing up on the Camino Island radar is not super strong. You'll notice the rain will be heavy in some spots, but again, it's not looking like anything impressive. Just your run-of-the-mill sort of wind event around here during the winter. It's getting a bit breezy here in Milton now, right in the nick of time. So you picked up the 33 again here at Tacoma Narrows. This was as of 12:35. South-southwest wind 22, gust 33 is the most recent observation. What's Olympia going to do? But just as a heads up, if you're across the Puget Sound right now, get ready. The heavier rain is on the way. Everett through Seattle and points south. The heavy rain with the front is on the way. At the very least, the rain is coming. The wind is still kind of a question mark. Again, it's really hard to tell with the whole mountain range in the way. See, of course, you can see it crystal clear again right here in case you missed it. But after that, it becomes kind of a fog. Like, where exactly is it? Yeah, clear as day down here. Clear as day. Wind shift again out of the south at Shelton. That's weird. Might be an error possibly because it was out of the southwest and then shifted to out of the northwest. Okay, someone in Olympia just told me the front's hitting now. Front is currently hitting Olympia and they're getting pretty good rainfall rates. They haven't mentioned much about wind, but it sounds like the rainfall rates. And ask if they're getting any wind down there. And if anyone's in the Olympia area and seeing some wind, go ahead and let me know. Oh boy. All right. Read some more comments. We have wind in Olympia. Thank you so much for the heads up. So we are getting some wind down in Olympia right now. So second report just came in. And it is dumping. All right. Yep. That tells you the radar is correct. The front is directly over Olympia at this time. You can just barely see what looks like that little frontal feature right over Olympia. No big winds yet from Lacey area, one of the reports I just got. But you're in Olympia, Lori, and you said it's dumping and the wind is picking up. Much more calm here in South Everett than it was 3 or 4 hours ago. Yeah, that westerly surge is going to be on the way, though, and I still have some questions about that. If we're going to receive any moderate to high winds for that general area, because the models are showing some of those winds working its way into Everett, too. They've got leaf blowers out right now. Kind of a questionable time to be doing that. They're going to get dumped on here in a moment. Well, about a half hour, but still. Yeah, now we just see what happens. That station fell off the map. Again, I'm filtering out anything above 1,000 feet above sea level and below 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now we're just on standby. What are the stations going to do? The front's right on top of Olympia right now. But I did get one report of some pretty moderate winds down there in Olympia at the moment. I'm just not seeing any observations at this time. Looks like that's your approximate frontal boundary right there. Approximate. Something kind of like that. Yep, here it comes. Hold on to your horses. Again, probably not going to be much, but going to be better than the non-active weather we've been receiving the last week or so. Just depending on where you've been. Definitely something for me to be excited about, even if it turns out to be a real nothing burger. Still a something burger. In my opinion. Yeah, not registering anything in Olympia yet. So, waiting for another 5-minute observation to come in. Sure does look like it's dumping all the way down Chehalis up to Olympia and points westward. It's a pretty strong front over Pacific County, but once the mountains start getting in the range, it's kind of iffy after that. For Olympia Amtrak station webcam, shaking cam, rain at about 45 degrees rather than straight down. Trees dancing. Yeah, I know there's a virtual railfan cam down in Chehalis. I know. Ooh, pardon me. Wow, that was nasty. Let's go look that up real quick. Yeah, this is the station cam along the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Seattle subdivision near Lacey, by the looks of it. It's coming down pretty good there, and yeah, the trees are swaying. Gonna make sure I don't show this for too long just because I have some concerns about copyrights. We'll probably check in here and there, but I just want to make sure we don't show this too long because by definition I am running ads on the stream and I don't want to make sure I don't get caught up in a cease and desist on accident. So we'll just tune in there from time to time. Just to be on the safe side. Yeah, not registering anything at Olympia quite yet for wind. Yeah, that front's just now passing over Olympia, and it looks like Tacoma's next. So I'll be watching out my area to see what happens. Chehalis has 2 camps at the museum and newer one at Vader. D Flood says, we'll watch for you. Grin. Pretty much dead calm here in Milton at the moment. Nothing too significant. Rain hasn't started yet either, but I know it's on the way. The rain's about to enter Tacoma here. Actually, some showers moving into the Milton area too. So showers in Federal Way, Tacoma, but the heavier rain is right on the doorstep. Dad is working Lacey today and said his care client almost lost power earlier, but it's fairly calm, just raining now. And surprisingly, some people lost power or almost lost power earlier, and that wasn't expected. That's a little new to me this time around. Yeah, it's not picking up any wind gusts above 30 miles per hour right now at Olympia, either in downtown Olympia or the regional airport. Again, checking in on this cam real quick. Yeah, you see the cam's a bit shaky, but it looks like it doesn't take too much wind to shake this cam because it looks like maybe a light to moderate breeze at best. Doesn't look like anything major right now, currently. Up the hill from you, waiting for it to hit here. Well, I'm on the hill in Milton. So are you around the general Milton area by chance? Because I'm up on the hill in Milton, like just south of the Milton Trail. Like right as you cross the Pierce County line, I'm literally right on the other side of the county line in Pierce County. Oh, yeah, you're in Edgewood. Yeah, so you're right in my area too. Small world. Yeah, you're on the hill just like me. Yeah, you could not pay me to move into the valley. Honestly, you could not pay me to go down into the mountain valley. Not a shot. Guy Troop is saying howdy. Welcome in. Guy Troop 2735. Ugh. Ugh. I say the next half hour to hour this front will be through. So my timing was definitely a bit off. This front's moving slower than expected, so my timing is for sure off. So sorry about that, folks. That's just how it works usually. Because I said peak wind gust would likely be 10 to 1, and it's 1 o'clock, and the front hasn't even moved through Tacoma yet. But if you're in the Tacoma area and you feel this shift of winds or a burst of wind, do let me know. Tanya says, hey there, mods, chat, and Anthony, what are we looking out for? And the Snoqualmie Valley is still good here. And we're watching this frontal system move in. It's not super intense, but it is bringing some strong rain and some moderately breezy winds to a lot of the area. It's over Olympia right now and tracking towards the east, and this could bring some wind and some heavy rain to you as well in the Snoqualmie Valley area. So we're just kind of watching things patiently right now as this front propagates towards the east. Guys, real quick, I need to make sure that I get my vitamins in for the day. I'm going to take a quick break, stand up, and check a few things out. So during that time, I'm going to play some ads for you guys here on YouTube. So don't be surprised if an ad pops up. I'll give you guys a few seconds for that to process because it takes about 8 to 10 seconds between the time I say it and the time it shows up for you guys. I'll give you guys about 5 more seconds and then I'll play the ad. Okay. Just finishing up a vitamin there. Bear with me. Breezy notes the last few minutes. Said listening while I'm working. Just popped on Breezy GIF 85. Wind past Central Puget Sound. The wind's coming up the I-5 corridor right now, as far as I can see. But it's not as impressive as the models have been showing for this time. Definitely, I think, again, the Euro is probably the closest model to getting this right. Is why I didn't even hesitate to not post. No, I didn't even hesitate to post the high-res models to the Facebook page. I decided to not post them at all. Just posted the Euro, and sure enough, that was the right call to make. You know, the Euro didn't quite get the coast right, but so far it's getting the Puget Sound area right. It's not super impactful gusts at the moment. We did hit 40 earlier at the Tacoma Narrows, but that's really about it. And then off the coast, we got a 53 mile per hour gust at Hoquiam and Bowerman right ahead of that front. It's not translating much inland right now. Yeah, it's not overly windy. It's definitely breezy, and there's some rain falling down here in Olympia, but that's really all we're seeing right now. Nothing super crazy around the Puget Sound area. But the heavy rain is moving its way into Seattle city limits right now, and it's moving its way into Tacoma also. So the heavy rain is just around the corner. Currently, it's showering here in Milton. Nothing too incredible, but it's not dry here in Milton. I'll say that right now. It's not dry. Make a pivot table and do a pitch slide. Work harder than I do, and that very low. Shout out to the remote workers. Yes. Does a stay-at-home mom count as work? Oh, 100%. Yes. That's one of the hardest jobs you can work out there. It's a stay-at-home mom. Yeah, right now we're only seeing 33 mile per hour gusts at Tacoma Narrows and 32 here at JBLM. Even hit 32 again here in Enumclaw and 32 up here in North Bend. So it's kicking up a little bit for some areas, but again, nothing notable at the moment. Started raining and the tall treetops are swaying in Summit. All right, sweet deal. Down to 28 miles per hour in Roy the last 20 minutes. Okie doke then. So we're getting something. It's not a nothing burger, but it's a little something. It's just something that we're used to this time of the year. Again, no real significance, but I really only went live because I saw the wind gusts were picking up in the north end and along the coast stronger than what models were showing. So I thought there was a chance that maybe this thing would come in a little bit stronger for the Puget Sound, but the good thing I didn't let my fantasy get a hold of my judgment. Breezy GIF 85 is also a stay-at-home mom, and we never leave the office. Definitely am envious of you stay-at-home moms for all that you do. It looks like the front's passing Olympia, so it should be in my neck of the woods here very shortly. It's really hard to tell on the Camino Island radar exactly where the front is because it's just slop. On this side of the Olympics, it's just pure slop. So it's probably gonna sneak up on some of us in the next half hour or so. Raising future weather casters. I nailed that one. Someone's repeatedly flushing the toilet upstairs. For those of you who don't know, I live in a bottom floor apartment in the corner. Luckily, I'm not in the middle, so I only have a neighbor to this direction and an upstairs neighbor. I don't have to worry about anyone that way. Today, one of our Port Townsend Coupeville ferries are out of service until further notice due to rough seas and high winds. Got an update from the Washington State Ferries account. One of the Port Townsend Coupeville ferries again is out of service due to weather conditions. Yeah, the heavy rain's on the way, and this is probably going to bring in some wind with it. So just be ready, South Sound, folks. Should be dumping in Seattle right now. It's definitely calmed down quite a bit at that station, so I think we can close it down. Yeah, it's not doing too much around the area at the moment. I think this front's coming in much weaker now than it was off the coast, so that's likely what's doing it. But if you're Olympia southward, where the front's still going pretty strong, you could expect some stronger winds down here. But it should only be for a short time at best. Unless some of these stations are frozen around the area, I haven't seen any changes for any of the gauges around the area, any of the observation stations. But yeah, really outside of this area here, you cannot tell where the front is north of Olympia. So it may sneak up on some of us. Wind going to be bad in Enumclaw? It should not. It was a bit breezy earlier with some strong gusts, but it has really long since calmed down. I live in an RV, so yes, I feel all the wind for sure. Oh. Pouring and gusty at Narrows Now Bridge is humming. Oh, okay. We have ourselves a case there for Tacoma Narrows. It must be the front coming through. It gusted to 41 there in Enumclaw, but this station usually over-reports. So it's probably more like 30 to 35 miles per hour. It's usually what I've noticed is that station typically over-reports down there in southeast Enumclaw. But it's still it's a bit windy out there in the foothills, just nothing too insane. It's more seasonal, as I'd like to call it. Seasonal for this time of year. Oh man. I think my mom's going out for her procedure right now. Little personal anecdote. My mom works at a bar, but she's been having some medical problems and hasn't been able to work as of recently. But she has some really nice customers that are always helping her out, and it makes our lives so much easier. So I'm beyond grateful for those great customers. My mom had one of her customers come and pick her up and take her to her appointment. That was a huge helping hand. Branch landed in the backyard just now. Yeah, good vibes. Yeah, yeah. My mom's getting a procedure done where she's having a camera stuck into her stomach from her esophagus. Luckily, she's going to be put under for it. She's supposed to have a colonoscopy at the same time, but there's been a what's it called? There's been a back order, I guess, on the medicine that she needs. You know, I call it the blue juice. It's the drink that you drink within 24 hours of having a colonoscopy. Um, she wasn't able to get that in time, so I'm assuming they're postponing the colonoscopy to a different time. But she's been having a lot of gastrointestinal issues, mainly the gastro part, the stomach, and so we're hoping to get some answers on what it is. And I'm just hoping for no bad news. I really, really am not in a spot to be able to afford any more bad news. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys for the prayers. Although personally, I'm not religious, so don't judge me on that. But I will gladly accept prayers for sure. When it comes to a very important circumstance like this, absolutely. It looks like it's gusting to 33 now here at the Narrow. So yeah, the front I think may have just started passing through. I see the rain pick up or the wind pick up, then I'll know for sure that the front is right on our doorstep. Good vibes, man, says Tanya. Yeah, yeah, good vibes for sure. Just trying to keep up the hopeful thinking and hoping it's not any crazy news. Just hoping it's something that is at least treatable. Because my mom was in a car accident back in 2001, I think. And, you know, she had some damage to her liver, a few of her internal organs that she's had complications with for the last 25 years. But just over the last 2 years, things have really taken a turn for drastic measures. You know, not, not like deadly. At least I hope not right now. But still pretty significant to the fact that it's really affected my mom's way of life. Like she's not able to work full time anymore because of her nervous system condition. It's called, trying to think of exactly what it's called again. I'm having issues with recall on this. Peripheral neuropathy is what it's called. That's the condition she was diagnosed with. Peripheral neuropathy. And she's got some sort of other vein disease as well. So on occasions, you know, my mom will show me she has these veins that literally pop in her legs, and it's extremely painful for her. But it's gotten to the point where that combined with her gastrointestinal issues have kept her out of work for the last couple of weeks. And it's definitely been a difficult time for sure. Very, very difficult time. No judging, praying is the best thing I know how to do. Stage 4 cancer survivor here. Wow, that is great news. Julie, thank you for sharing that with me. That is awesome. Glad to hear you're still with us, here with us today. DVT, can you spell out what that acronym is? Because I'm trying to see if it's similar to any of the several conditions that my mom may have. And wind's picking up a little bit here, finally. So we gusted to 31 just now, which again, nothing to run home about. You know, I've been trying to advertise this as more of a mellow wind event anyways. Yeah, that front is long past Olympia now. So it should be moving in. If it hasn't already moved into Tacoma, it should be right on the doorstep. Deep vein thrombosis. I don't know for sure. Don't know for sure if that's what it is. Possibly, but there's just there's just so many conditions that my mom has right now with her legs specifically that the list just goes on and on. It's pretty insane, honestly. And I'm hoping it's not genetic. I think a lot of it's late onset with my mom's accident when I was only a year and a half old, and luckily I wasn't in the car at the time because my car seat was flipped upside down and thrown in the back seat. I probably would not be here today if I were in that car. But it was deemed a complete loss back then in 2001. Let's see. Any opinions on snow level early Thursday morning? Snow level is going to be a little bit low. Let's pull up the NWS site again. See if they've updated the snow levels. Because they have some pretty cool graphics. See, like they released a winter driving graphic here. The NWS in Seattle did. Winter driving, focus on safety, prevent a bad situation from getting worse, avoid risky driving behavior, and of course, wear your seatbelt. But you want, again, weather.gov/SEW for Seattle, Washington, and click on local forecast graphics down here. And then you go to precipitation and minimum snow level, which freezing level is higher than the snow level most of the time. The snow level going into tomorrow, this is what it looks like right now. This is the NWS forecast minimum snow level from 4 p.m. today to 4 p.m. tomorrow. And this has between 1,500 for the most part, 1,500 and 2,000 feet, but a little bit lower the farther north you go. So you're down to around 1,300 feet as you go up into Bellingham. And the day 3 snow level is actually even lower. This is for Thursday. See, under 1,000 feet for Seattle, and under 900 for Everett, and under 800 for the Linden area, right around 900 for Bellingham, and about 1,200 to 400 down here in the southwest interior. So definitely low enough to get a heavy shower to gradually bring that snow level down for a short time. Just don't be surprised if you see some snow accumulations tomorrow in areas you don't expect it. Again, this is the snow level graphic from NWS Seattle for 4 p.m. Wednesday to 4 p.m. Thursday. Pretty low, but not super low, but low enough. Again, if you get a heavy shower in the right area, it could drag the snow level down briefly. Looks like the rain's picking up out here in Milton. Yeah, the radar beam kind of cuts out there by the looks of it, but it's looking like the front's just not as strong as it's moving through the Tacoma area. I think this front lost a lot of its juice earlier by the looks of it. Will Island County get a mix of snow the next 2 days? From what I'm seeing, it looks unlikely. You're just probably going to have too much marine air influence in your area. So, unless you get a really heavy shower at the right time to drag the snow level down, I don't really see that happening for Whidbey Island. But I could very well be wrong. So just pay attention tomorrow, especially tomorrow morning and Thursday morning, and just keep a heads up. Watch your temperature outdoors and watch the radar. If the temperature's low enough, like if the temperature's realistically in the mid 30s by the time a rain shower comes over, that's your best chance of getting some snow. If your temperature's like just above freezing and you get a decent shower to come through, that again is going to be your best chance of snow. What are the winds going to be like in Kenmore today? Well, winds are currently passing through the area and it's not too impressive, but good thing is I haven't been advertising this as an impressive system whatsoever. So Kenmore should be getting the winds here. If they haven't already gotten any wind, they should be getting some in the next half hour because this frontal system appears to be moving through the SeaTac metro area right now. Heard some reports of wind up in Everett and down in Tacoma, but outside of that, not much here across the Central Sound. It really hasn't been much of a system whatsoever, but it's something. It's something that we're still keeping track of. See, if we go back and look through the snow accumulation maps, you see there's nothing for the lowlands whatsoever the next 7 days. But this doesn't always count areas where a convergence zone could set up and drag the snow level down. That's one of our cool little microclimate features we have here is when we get a convergence zone set up over the right area, you can actually get some heavy snow over a very small area for a couple of hours at a time, potentially. It has happened in the past, and it will happen again. Yeah, absolutely. Rain's getting heavier here in Milton, but not much for wind yet. Michael Snyder said fantasy forecast indicated a cold snap late to mid-January. Thoughts? Mid to late January, there's potential, yes. I've gone over this a couple times, but I'll show this one more time. Depending on your model of choice, it has showed the potential for a cold snap. But it's after the ridge expected to form moves out back to sea and allows the potential for some Arctic air to move in. But even then, it looks very marginal at best. These are looking at surface temperature anomalies right now. As we go through the middle of the month, you see we're way above average for temperatures around the area. And only then, around the... Like, really, once you get to around the 19th or so, then you really start to get below average temperatures around the area. And you see, these temperatures are at or below freezing during this time. But this is at 4 a.m. on... Yeah, this is 4 a.m. on the 21st, so likely not to happen like this, but a good indication of what could be coming the second half of January. We're just not in range of that at the moment. If we were to look at the weeklies, though, we should have a new weeklies forecast in. Let's look at snowfall rate anomaly, and it's pretty pitiful going into the middle of January. And we just don't have much recovery going into February, so... A cold snap, yes, but snow, not looking good. And the precipitation, really outside of the first week of February, last week of January, looks pretty dismal for this time of year. Especially when that ridge sets up and we get like basically no rain. That's not a signal you want to see from mountain snowpack. Ryan Rock Rail fan, hello, welcome back. Good Tuesday to you. Again, the temperature forecast is either or, leaning on either side of average, either leaning below or leaning above. And then the weekly is showing a big ridge. And this is the extended forecast. Outside of that, it shows some systems possible going into the last week of January, first week of February, but then possibly some more ridging setting up shop. This would be an okay signal for some... See if I can zoom out a bit. Be an okay signal for some Arctic air, potentially. We can get this ridge to move farther west and introduce some more Arctic air, a deep trough out here that can move into the area. Then we definitely have a good shot at a cold snap in the latter half of January. But confidence in this signal right now is pretty low, as it stands. Yeah, the heavier rain's moving into the Tacoma area right now. I think the wind might be done. I think the front just became sloppy and just fell apart. Because we're recording basically zero wind around the area right now. The rain has started 100%. It has started. It's just everything else is just not lining up, which is making me more and more grateful that I didn't post any high-res models for this forecast. Seems like I've learned my lesson, right? What a weird winter this has been. I have flowers blooming at my place that don't normally pop up until March and April. Yeah, so for a few states, I think Michael said there were 13 states or so that had their all-time warmest December. I believe it was December. It had their all-time warmest December since records began. Heavy rain and Roy, 15-mile-per-hour wind. So not terrible down there. Never seen so many Christmas squirrels, Ash, weird winter. Yeah, it's the most El Nino like La Nina winter I think I've seen in recent memory. Summit is still blustery. Okay, thank you for the heads up. It's not blustery at all up here on the hill in Milton. Just across the Puyallup Valley from you. But gusting to 37 at North Bend right now, that's pretty fair. Again, not anything huge, but still pretty fair. Yeah, I've seen a few flowers growing at my apartment complex too. It's a little bit unusual to see in the middle of January. Had a ton of fat squirrels hanging out and bunnies under my deck. Just when you thought they were supposed to hibernate, they're still alive and well. This tells you something's up this year, right? I just wish I understood more about all the global oscillations and how they relate to one another. Because we're definitely having the most El Nino like La Nina winter that I can recall in recent memory. And the Madden Julian oscillation, for one thing, is in a disconcertable state right now. It's gone into dormancy pretty much. Like we're not in any clear phase of the MJO. I think the Pacific North American oscillation's trending negative, which could have something to do with it too. And there's a few other things like the EPO. I think there's the NPO as well. There's so many different oscillations, and they all line up at different times, and they all have different effects on the weather. Just it's a huge enigma when it comes to weather forecasting around here. The climatological part of it is definitely the most confusing, in my honest opinion. Getting a little breezy now here. Just a little bit. The rain starting to hit the window, but again, nothing super crazy going on. Too many hawks, eagles, and coyotes around to feed the bunnies and cats. The roses never stop blooming. Is that true? Yeah, it's been a confusing winter. I luckily haven't seen any yellow jackets or wasps out right now, but they were out pretty late in the year last year. Like, I still had some yellow jackets out in later November. I could see floating around and some of them trying to get up in my face and all of that too. Oh, big power outage down here. That power outage from earlier and then an even larger power outage affecting parts of I-5 too as you go into Lewis County. It started at 12:44. Fascinating. Yeah, it's doing little to nothing around the area in terms of wind. But the rain is starting to push into the Tacoma area now. Just appears the front has really lost its punch as it moved into the area. Watching this in the background while working. Thanks, glad to see other weather junkies in our region. Like to send you some money for your time and operating costs. Well, best way to do it. Again, it's going to take us into a segue. Best way to do it would be through Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. I have it linked there on YouTube if you want to check out that link to consider a donation. Again, this is the best way to help out Puget Sound Stormwatch in the long term. Yeah, the front's definitely lost a lot of steam. It's pretty much a shell of itself, shredded. You can't really see the what am I trying to think of here? You can't really see the wind shift, I suppose. Just to keep it simple, you can't see the shift in wind on there. Live in downtown Everett, and even when I lived in downtown Marysville, there's a ton of coyotes. Having 4 100-plus pound dogs definitely helps with that. Yes. I know I have 3 dogs. I think the little one's over 50 pounds too, but I have 3 Siberian Huskies. And at the very least, I know 2 of them are over 50 pounds, but another one's kind of small for his age. So my backyard's also fenced in too, so that really helps things out. Yeah, you can't even tell where the front is on this radar. It's so long gone. I think that's pretty much it. And let's go back and look at the European and see what it showed for this time. Oh, I am way in the past. Okay, there we go. Pretty close. It's pretty close to what the European was showing. These again are max wind gusts between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. today. So, European, of course, did an alright job. It underdid the coast where Hoquiam is, but it's doing alright for the Puget Sound area, which is why I kind of advertised this as a non-event, really. And it seems like that was the right call to make. So just a little bit of redemption for that Christmas Eve forecast, but we're still a long ways from getting that that stale taste out of my mouth from that day. Even with the front coming in, it's really not raining too hard outside right now. Oh boy. Augusta 38, was that recent? Perfect. Thank you, Abe98223, for your donation. Appreciate that. Donated 3 coffees. Again, Abraham Burasaw. Thank you for your generous donation, kind sir. Really, really appreciate that. And again, the link is down in the comments on YouTube. I have it pinned here on the Facebook chat as well if you guys would also like to help donate to keep these streams up and going full time. Still have a long ways to go before we can sustain full-time work. Because with the bills increasing beginning this new year, it's going to be pretty tight for sure. I'm going to actively be open to going back to work. Not what I want to do, but if it's what I have to do, then it's what I have to do. Sometimes you just got to stay alive in this world. Yeah, I'm right up in here. You can hardly see where I am, but right at the county line here, west of 161 and east of I-5, in the Milton area right here, that's where I'm at. And definitely starting to pick up the rain intensity quite a bit. Ashley says, going to make a good donation when we get paid on Friday. It sounds good, but you don't have to do that. I promise you don't have to do that. But if you want to, I'm more than open. So even a few people that donate coffees on a monthly basis too, which pretty cool. I like how they have that service on there. They also have it so that you can follow me on coffee, ko-fi.com as well, which is pretty interesting. I just don't post a lot on there. I really should probably start posting on there. Just a few little financial goals and heads up, but I'm not going to get too deep into that conversation. I pay less living in an RV and my stuff in storage than any apartment. #van life. There's probably quite a bit of a down payment to get an RV though, wasn't it? Or was it inherited? Because if it's inherited, then even better for you. I think RV life would be pretty fun, honestly. I'd be down for trying that. £75 a month. Oh. Yeah, that's gotta be a lot for dog food. I'm just makes I'm I'm just glad I have my dogs back at my mom's house that I go and see regularly. But I'm glad I don't have a pet personally that I have to be responsible for here at the household. Here at the apartment. So I keep my investments low currently. Just so I can keep my lifestyle open when it comes to doing this gig full time. So like if I have to travel for a couple days at a time or something, I don't have to worry about hiring a sitter or making sure I have extra supplies. I can just leave it as is. And all my lights and appliances are also Wi-Fi controlled too. So if I forget to turn something off or want to turn a little light on in the background while I'm gone to make it look like I'm still home, I can just hit it with the flick of a switch. Like, just hit a button on my phone and booyah, we're good. Save for a used one. Okay. More power to you. Okay. Well, let's say we're pretty much through the peak of this thing now. Surprisingly, we had our gusts well ahead of the front. The strongest gusts were way ahead of the front as it was moving onto the coast. Well, the high-res models were showing the gusts being right up as the cold front was moving into the area, but that didn't appear to be the case. You can still just barely see the cold front down here, but it looks like it's already probably moved through the Tacoma area at this time. Maybe more so something like that. You can see it better on the coastal radar than you can on the inland radar by a mile. I think that's probably our front, so it might have already moved over, but the winds are looking pretty lackluster now. They were looking stronger when it was farther west, but sometimes things don't always go as planned. See, look, these are the only winds right now in Western Washington that are showing above 30-mile-per-hour gusts. Everything else is below 30 miles per hour. Not easy, but trying to save enough for a condo or a home. Yeah, my dad and my stepmom are also trying to save up for their first home purchase too. They're hoping to get one hopefully sometime by May or June. And it's just another reason why I'm able to do this as long as I've wanted to already. And as long as I've been able to, just because I keep my expenses extremely low, like bare minimum, here in the apartment. So, like, I don't spend too much on food. I don't spend too much on really items for myself. I just really, I put my money towards the bills and that's about it. I keep my lifestyle is extremely simplistic. I just, I don't have any relationship. I don't have anyone to please. It's just myself, and I'm close with my family, so that really helps things out too. Uh, my family already said if things really go south and I end up losing the apartment, that I'm always welcome back too. So that's really really helpful to hear. The much added insurance. The only problem is to break my lease, it's going to be an arm and a leg, so I got to be very careful. Just signed a new lease literally at the end of last month. I'm trying to really stay on top of it. Ran into Yelm for groceries, raining pretty good, but barely even a breeze. Yeah, I think that's the story of our life right now. Barely even a breeze. The front was looking good until it passed into Shelton, and then it just fell apart. It just self-destructed. Sweet parents. Yes, that's right. Very sweet parents. Sweet and supportive parents. Extremely grateful for them. See, how long have we been going? 4.5 hours. Wow. That's a long stream. Surprised a lot of you guys are still here with me, even though the wind's not happening. But good to see the support. It means a lot, folks. Going to be writing up a long form blog post most likely about tomorrow, because tomorrow's not going to be super windy. Again, the winds are likely going to be less than what we saw today, if any of us saw any wind. But I'm more so interested in the storm and the potential snow threat for very hit or miss areas. Again, very hit or miss. So it's not going to be a widespread threat. It's going to be like you're going to be a lucky person to be under this one shower at the right time, and you may get some snow, but that's about it. That's how unpredictable this upcoming day is going to be tomorrow and Thursday morning, too. Anthony, mods in chat are great. Thank you for the kind words, Tanya. Yeah, usually if I order groceries, I typically have Amazon deliver it to my house. Sometimes they go back out to my store, my previous store, but I don't usually pop in that frequently. Maybe once every 2 to 3 weeks, typically. That's about it. Just to go get some food items, get some vitamins, and I just finished up 2 of my vitamin bottles, so that reminds me. I'll have to go to the store probably later on in the day tomorrow. We'll see how I feel. Lucky to have great parents. Yes, I'm beyond grateful. Great parents in not so great situations. That's why I was pretty much forced to move out on my own, just to kind of save myself, but also be close with my family members too. If that makes any sense what I'm saying. If you ever need another mod, I'd be happy to help out. Sounds good. I'll Depending on if we do start to grow really large this year, and I do look for mods, you'll definitely be my first choice, undoubtedly. Actually, we've been losing subscribers the last couple of weeks. We went up from like 2,153 to down under 2,140 at a time. I lost close to 20 subscribers in the last week. It's unfortunate, but sometimes things just happen like that. But we're back up over 2,140 again, though. So that really does help. This is a fun, smart group of folks. That's why I call it campfire time. Okay, sweet. Yeah, thanks for the generosity on that. Blessed to still have your parents, I'm sure you know. Oh, 100%. I count my blessings every day. Like I said, not in a religious way, but more so in a moral way. Yeah, the wind's just dead outside right now. So yep, once again, the Euro is the closest model to take the cake. And the high-res models blundered yet again, too. This is why I didn't even bother to post the high-res forecasts. Trying to figure out how exactly I'm going to word my blog post today, too. Talking about snow is an extreme sport around here. It's going to be so hit or miss that you're going to blink and you're going to miss the snow if you even get any snow. Share your content whenever I get the chance. Awesome. Thank you. Love it here. I'm a member at my personal account. This is my work account. I can't join. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining. I saw that when we first got monetization. You're right. We are a fun group. Yeah. Definitely a fun group. We don't have issues with trolls very often. Even so, I have the YouTube comments set where you have to be a subscriber in order to comment. Facebook, I have Facebook public for the streams, but you have to be a follower to comment on any of my posts. But you can comment publicly on my stream. Haven't had anyone abuse that yet. Knock on wood. I'm good with no snow in the valley. Sounds good. I'll see what I can do for you. All right, folks, I think we're going to start winding down coverage here in the next few minutes. And then we gust to 32 at the Narrows right after that. Be curious to see what the next model runs show since the wind died down so suddenly. I wonder what the 20Z her shows. 20Z backed off substantially, but it's still showing too much for the Tacoma area at 1 o'clock, which, as we know, has already passed. This is why, it even shows 43 miles per hour for Tacoma going into 2 o'clock, too, which is just not happening. This is why I didn't even hesitate to not post these model runs, just because it's just going to stir up too much drama again. And It does show that westerly surge starting around 7 o'clock, though. So just a heads up to that. It's still kind of locked in on this solution, which again could impact some areas of Everett north into Skagit County, just as a heads up. So like Everett, Arlington, Stanwood, for example, could get some of these breezy westerly winds tonight after the sun goes down. All right, Brian Rock Rail fan, goodbye for now. Take care. Yeah, thank you, Tanya, for being a member and a supporter. Yep, thank you for joining us today. Any last closing thoughts from anyone before we start to wrap things up? Check things out. Yep. Thank you all for the kind words again. Yeah, see you guys for the next stream, 100%. Next stream should be tomorrow. Just depends on what the news is on my mom and if I find out tonight. Definitely very concerned about if they find anything during my mom's procedure. But it'll probably take a couple of days to find out, so I'm not going to stress myself out too much over it. I'm definitely kind of anxious to see what they find down there. Yeah, we appreciate everyone for joining us. See you on the next stream for sure, just like Sonia said. Yep, have a good one. Thank you again. I think with all of that being said, we can just about call it history. Yeah, that front is history. It is washed out. Tomorrow, update us, please. All right, I will see what I can do. I will sure see what I can do. So, with all that being said, this was Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the stream. I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow, barring any setbacks. So, again, if you guys want to help support Puget Sound Stormwatch, the best way to do would be by donating a coffee or 2 or 3, however much of your choice. Thank you to the recent coffee donations. We got 6 more in the last couple of hours. Thanks all for the kind words, and that's about it. 80 supporters officially. And here's the leaderboard for the supporters, too. You see your name up here. Thank you so much. You guys are all too helpful, and I couldn't be any more thankful. But the top supporters from the last 3 months. Again, appreciate all the generosity. You guys are the ones that make this stream happen, and any future streams. But yeah, take care, everyone. Have a great day. Expect a blog post on tomorrow's weather sometime in the next few hours, I would hope. If not, then by